Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator actively alienating everyone in both the analog and digital world. Well, welcome and good evening, wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8. This is Let's Play My Furry Protogen. OBS Gen seems to be working just fine. Let's hop into this, shall we? It's kind of loud. Turn down the volume. The rising sun hit me right in the face as soon as its rays splashed through a crack in the window's curtains, which was so inopportunely located right above my bed. I barely restrained myself from letting out a miserable groan. I tried to turn over, hiding my face in the pillow to sleep off as much as I could. Good morning, Lunar. You're already awake. Rise and shine. You have a lot of work today. Too cheerful for a man who got up to sunrise, opened the curtains that serve as a door to my room, and stepped right up to my bed. He put his hands on his head, beaming with a wide smile. I fidgeted on my bed and tried to press my face harder into the pillow. Please, let me sleep. It's still too early. Early? It's not too early. It's time to accomplish new feats. What feats? Really? What do you mean? Your every day is a little feat for our entire community. Come on, get up. I made an agreement with Stefan. He promised to sew you the best outfit for your birthday for free. He agreed to do it as a gift. Can you believe it? Without hiding the sarcastic notes in my voice, I chuckled from under the blanket. It is unbelievable. An act of outstanding generosity. I told him the same thing. Stefan is the best tailor in our village. A truly gifted man, as if the Mother of Heaven herself kissed him on his hands. So get up soon. You already have breakfast. You don't want to be late, do you? Stefan is a busy man. He won't have time later. Although, of course, he will definitely have time for our chosen one. Smiled affectionately and patted me on top of my head, peeking out from under the blanket, and went to the window to throw open the curtains. I grimaced and sighed heavily, but didn't say anything. It was better to accept my fate than to start an argument for the 100th time, for which I had no strength in the morning. After almost 20 years of this, I had no strength left to argue, no matter how much my head ached any time I heard the chosen one stuff. It stuck to me like a stigma when I was 3 years old, and little had changed since then. The day when my fate was predetermined by the gods. To be more precise, one god, who according to legend is the younger brother of the Mother of Heaven named Lit. I remembered for the rest of my life, which was strange because at the time I was no more than 3 years old. Maybe these were false memories that I had invented for myself while listening to my parents' stories about this wonderful day throughout my childhood. But it didn't matter. Whether they were false or not, all that mattered were the blurry pictures stuck in my head. It was the flame of the bonfire, at which the solemn birthday celebration of all the village children born on this date took place. The word bonfire is just making me imagine, what if you remade a Dark Souls game, but in the aesthetic of this game? It just coincided at the end of the year, when our settlement of the Northern Valley was harvesting. It was the singing of the school choir girls, the smell of freshly brewed berry juice. The elders came to give the usual instructions to the younger generation, and at that moment one of them informed us all that he had had a vision. He had seen Lit, who in the form of a star bird descended to him from the sky and told him that I, a 3-year-old child, the son of a simple farmer, carried a great destiny. According to the elder, in the future I would become the head of the community, I would lead the village to prosperity and save it from destruction. And if I decided to turn off my path, I would have instantly brought terrible trouble to the village community. Though, what kind of trouble was this? No one specified. We were simply confronted with that fact, and so in an instant I turned from a simple child, the same as all my peers, into a savior, whose fate was predetermined by someone from above for the rest of my life. In my opinion, the elder's story about Lit, who took the form of a starbird, was strange and did not inspire confidence, but the villagers thought otherwise. Everyone immediately took the elder's words on faith. After all, they used to live like this for many centuries, never questioning this story, which was more like a fairy tale in my eyes. At first, I really liked the idea of being the chosen one. I was a simple child, whom few people noticed, who had to do everything on par with peers and take part in natural competition for toys, for roles in children's games, and a queue for bungee jumping. Yet I became almost the first person in the community looked after, like a precious brilliant. I got the best treats, the best toys, the best clothes. Every villager considered it their duty to wish me a good day every time they saw me. The teachers at the village school treated me differently, always helped, and didn't give poor grades, even if I deserved them. And how wonderful my birthdays were. Now, my birthday was celebrated separately from the others. Previously, all the children born on the same date celebrated the same way, and received the same gifts until the age of 20. But the birthdays of the chosen one were celebrated separately, and so the birthdays of the others were usually switched to another day. I got the best, most desired gifts, and most importantly, everything was free. Treats, fancy clothes, anything I could ask for. My parents couldn't get enough of it. Their son was the real savior of the community, to whom everything was given, but in return whose life forever belonged to this tiny piece of land with a settlement on it, and belonged to each resident separately, because I had to save them. Even though I didn't know from whom or from what, I'd been asking myself this question since I was 10 years old, when the realization of my difficult fate finally settled upon my child's mind. From who would I save the Northern Valley? If it meant the attack of the southern tribes, I would hardly be of any help. It was highly doubtful that I would become an excellent warrior. No matter how much they taught me to fight with swords, I didn't show much success. My teachers had always said that experience would come with time, that I just needed to train tirelessly. But what kind of child would like such a prospect? I did better with a bow. Thanks to my good eyesight, aiming came naturally. But I lacked concentration. My thoughts were constantly hovering somewhere high, causing me to be distracted and miss. In short, even when I seemed to be doing well, I wasn't the best. But the teachers only repeated, "It doesn't matter, so your destiny is different." Everything always rested on my purpose, and I tried to figure out for myself what it was. The theory of being a great warrior fell away. Then what? Was I to prevent a global natural disaster? Stop invaders from deep space? But I didn't have any superpowers and wasn't a gifted scientist who could solve these kinds of problems. And the longer I thought about all of this, the longer I searched to answer these questions posed to me, the more I realized that even Damien, my friend, would have coped with the role of the chosen one much better than me. He was the only person I could call my friend, although it was by a stretch, and in fact, he wasn't my friend at all. Okay, I tried to turn my head away from the microphone, but I'm wearing a headset, so it didn't move the microphone at all. Damien was generally better at everything related to physical fitness and being chosen. The council elders assigned him to me as a child. They said that I needed a delightful companion and defender. Damien was only 6 months older, but he carried the burden of my babysitter, guardian, and friend with dignity. Damien played this role perfectly, with honor and dedication to the council. He portrayed a friend who sincerely liked to spend time with me, but each of us understood there was no genuine connection between us. Sometimes we chatted with each other, laughed, shared news, or discussed life in the valley, but beyond that, we had nothing to talk about. I wasn't interested in Damien's life, and Damien wasn't interested in what I wanted, what I thought, or how I viewed my future as chosen. For him, I was a task that couldn't be failed, because then terrible troubles would surely await the Northern Valley. Growing up side by side with Damien, it seemed to me that he was more suitable for the role of the chosen one than me. Damien was devoted to the council and the village. He believed that fate had long predetermined life for all of us, and that it was stupid to resist this. More than once or twice, Damien shared that if he became the chosen one, it would make him the happiest person on the planet. But I was the chosen one, and Damien was happier for me, because that's what the stars decided, so that's what was right. I was very far from his philosophy, but I tried not to show it once again. Just once during the years of our friendship, I mentioned in passing that the fate of the chosen one didn't please me very much, that it was very unfair to decide for me who I should be and what to do in life. I said I would much prefer the life of an ordinary peasant than preparing for the role of savior, the essence of which became more and more incomprehensible to me every single year. And even though the life of an ordinary peasant wasn't the most pleasant, for me it was better than the burden that the elders placed on my shoulders. When Damien heard my revelations, he was terrified. All the kindness on his face immediately disappeared. He seemed to have forgotten how he had been getting used to the role of my friend for years, and fervently declared that I was wrong. He said that I was talking utter nonsense, and that it would be better for me to stop thinking like that. Otherwise, he would tell the elders everything. What exactly the elders would do to me for this, I didn't know. After all, they wouldn't punish their chosen one. They wouldn't send me to prison until the day of all days when they needed my help. But Damien was filled with righteous anger and outrage. My words didn't fit into his picture of the world, and the only threat he knew was punishment from the elders. It was as if Damien himself was afraid that a beautiful story about the chosen one would fall apart if he questioned any of it. What was a cage for me was a magnificent gift for him. Damien got so angry that he called me an idiot and a selfish bastard. In his opinion, I wanted to jeopardize the fate of our tribe, the fate of the Northern Valley, and the possibility of the planet as a whole. I tried to explain to him that this wasn't my intention, and he had simply overreacted, but it didn't work. Damien thought that since I was dissatisfied with my position, it meant that the fate of the village was indifferent to me, as well as the elders' words and the lives of all the members of the community. Now it just means the person has kind of low self-esteem and it's like, hey, I really don't feel like I'm qualified to do this. Even if I were, this is a lot of pressure. So it's not like I want you guys to all light on fire, it's just like, I am not special, and I don't want your fates to be dependent on me because I have no faith in myself to succeed. Then again, that kind of sounds like real life Lunar too, so. I'm at least trying to move the microphone away from my mouth when I cough. For several minutes he shouted accusations at me menacingly until his face was red, and only stopped when I lied, saying that it was all a joke and he had misunderstood me. Damien calmed down and turned into my good friend again, who was always ready to help. But now I knew that his friendship wasn't worth a damn, and from now on I tried not to say a word about what I was really thinking or feeling. All my life I tried to hide my real thoughts from people. It seemed that everyone would react exactly the same as Damien, even my parents. My parents reveled in my destiny, were more proud than ever, and supported the fairy tale about salvation with all their might. When I turned 15, I asked not to celebrate my birthday separately. At the same time, the stigma of a special boy was already sickening. I wanted to be an ordinary person for at least one day, to celebrate my birthday with everyone, and pretend as if there had never been any lit with his warning. However, my parents were vehemently against my idea. They said that I should not be ashamed of my destiny, that I simply had to recognize my peculiarity, that being different was great. But what was so great about it? I had no friends, no hobbies. I spent all my free time on classes and training, and those with whom I would have liked to make friends, or at least try, looked at me like a deity descended from heaven. I saw myself as a small animal in a cage. They even fed me in a certain way. Since childhood, my parents put me on a strict diet, which included only the most healthy products, all because the chosen one should have excellent health. No treats, no sweets. My parents also dressed me according to the advice of the elders, cleanly, and with the best quality clothes. Each set was emblazoned with the coat of arms of the Valley of the Chest, a palm print enclosed in a circle, a symbol of unity. The elders controlled what I read, told me how to behave, where to go. After all, the chosen one simply couldn't set a bad example to the residents of the community. All the children wanted to be like me, pointing their fingers at me and sighing admiringly when I passed by. No one treated me as an equal, and I couldn't explain to anyone what it was like to be an outcast. I couldn't share my true feelings, because people would call me a selfish bastard. Gradually I became a stranger in my native village. That was how I lived. Without the ability to decide something for myself, without the ability to wake up in the morning when I want, eat what I want, or say what I see fit. Each of my days was identical to the previous one, starting with an early rise, then breakfast, exercise with Damien, classes with teachers and mentors, another workout with Damien. In the evening I had to walk through the village, a kind of ritual that the elders also came up with, then homework, and then finally sleep. I wouldn't wish such a life on anyone. Lunar, get up quickly. Your breakfast will be cold soon. It's kind of like Batman. Everyone's like, yeah, Batman's awesome. Like, yeah, that's true. But his entire life is just training and fighting and... Like, here's the thing. If I was a billionaire, like, what would I do? One, have like a dozen therapists. But two, I wouldn't be in the fucking streets fighting crime. Don't get me wrong, I'd still go to a gym and hopefully have better luck at being, athletic than I do at the moment. But at the same time, yeah, I'm just sort of just going to enjoy life. I'm not going to be like, yep, and now I'm going to fight a 12-foot tall crocodile dude. I'm good. It's like, oh, but the city's on fire. I'm like, here's some money for the fire department. But it's like, I'm not going to go like fight. It's like, oh, let's fight a dude. It's like, no, I'm good. But that's the thing, like the life of Batman would just be like, Batman's awesome, and he's really like the pinnacle of like what makes an awesome person. But the life needed and the discipline needed would be fucking miserable. Like, don't be wrong, I like going to the gym trying to work out, but I wouldn't want to like my entire life to revolve around it. My mother's voice came from the kitchen. As enthusiastic as my father's, I took a deep breath, looked at the ceiling one last time, and got out of bed. I dressed in pre-prepared clothes and went out to my parents in the kitchen. Mom and Dad were talking about something at the table, smiling at each other. I sat down opposite them, frowning like a stormy cloud, and began to eat, and then I realized that in the future, I would even be deprived of a loving, happy family of my own. My mom and dad were truly in love with each other, and lived their whole 20 years of marriage in perfect harmony. They never quarreled, never cheated on each other, never showed that anything was wrong with the family. They looked at each other with such warmth in their eyes that it hurt me. They were happy. But what would happen to me? Not a single girl in the settlement was a match for me, simply because each of them only tried to please the chosen one. Each of them saw me in only my destiny, not the real me. Several times I tried to invite girls I knew on a date, and every time it turned out to be some kind of farce, a parade of fake smiles and attempts to please. I saw that I was of no interest to them, not as a person, but as a savior. And it was very insulting, because I wasn't a freak whose entire personality revolved around being chosen, with nothing else behind his soul. I tried to be interesting. I was always able to keep up with conversation. I made compliments, but girls never treated the dates with any semblance of normalcy, as if I was an ordinary guy who had invited them. They constantly repeated what an honor it was to go on a date with the chosen one. It took only a single time to forever discourage me from inviting local girls on dates. At one of the fishing season's opening celebrations, I noticed a pretty, sweet girl who was talking about something with her friends. For almost the entire celebration, I kept staring at her. She was miraculously beautiful. Long blonde hair gathered in a braid, a blue dress, and a smile on her lips. At the end of the holiday, I plucked up some courage and approached to get acquainted. Of course, she already knew who I was. But as soon as I got closer, she lowered her gaze and the smile faded from her face. I offered to meet her the next day if she wasn't busy, and I immediately saw, just by looking at her, that she didn't want to. She bit her lip and replied uncertainly, "Well, I don't know." And at that moment her friend standing nearby, who had been looking at me with admiration, burned with outrage. How dare she refuse someone like him? The chosen one called on her on date, and she declared refuse. Other villagers standing nearby immediately picked up on the moods, repeating the news of this outrage. Like, here's the thing. That would be really fucked up. Like, don't get me wrong, I've been rejected a whole lot, like thousands of times. But I would never want someone to feel like, I don't know, pressured or judged for rejecting me. That's just, yeah, that's fucked up. I mean, granted, it's not nice getting rejected, but whatever. I think it's only an issue if the person's like, you know, depends on how people react on things, but again, I mean, I think in general, I don't think I've had really any bad rejections. Like, I've had a whole lot of rejections, but everyone's always been really nice. Heck, I remember, what was like a month back, I was talking to this one girl, which, I'll say this, I think me and her are both ADHD and autistic, but again, I don't even know if I really am ADHD or autistic, but I'm just saying, she's definitely. That being said, I was talking and flirting with her, and it was going really well. And she was actually really enjoying talking to me, and she was talking about how she's like really into anime and various video games, and I was talking to her about Hunter x Hunter and some other animes. Like, she was like really into Demon Slayer a lot. And it was nice, and I really did enjoy talking to her. However, when I actually tried to ask her out, one, she was actually flattered I'd asked her out, but she told me that she was married to a woman. So, she already had a wife. At which point I then continued to talk to her for like another 10 minutes. And again, it was still nice to just have a conversation with her. And I made more suggestions of various animes she'd never heard of before, like Bubblegum Crisis Tokyo 2040, because I thought, maybe her and her wife would enjoy that. So, but still, like I was saying, that was the main thing I'm saying. It's like, I don't know. I don't think anyone's really been a bad rejection. Like, everyone's always been polite and nice about it. I'm like, okay, cool. But yeah, I would never want anyone to feel, bad or, feel like they did something wrong. If somebody doesn't want to date me, that's fine. I wouldn't want them to feel bad about that or pressured in any way. But yeah, but that would definitely be weird. But in general, it'd be definitely odd to be, I don't know, odd one out in any society for any reason. I mean, in general, a lot of people just want to feel accepted. And again, I'll say this. It is a very shallow thing for somebody to want everyone to like them and to care if a couple people hate them. But I would say it's also a completely reasonable thing if someone's upset that nobody likes them and feels like everyone hates them. But I think it's more of a survival instinct thing. Because usually in the past, if like everyone hated you, then the next step is they then try to kill you or something. Or that is just me making generalizations based off, one, stories from history, and two, my own personal experience of being, well, bullied an extreme amount throughout pretty much majority of my experience in school from the time of being in kindergarten to like high school. So at least the last couple years of high school it pretty much dropped off and stopped because everyone had their own fucking lives and shit going on, and by that point people were leaving alone. Plus they were worried about other stuff. So, which, yeah, like I said, there was other stuff going on with that, but at the end of the day, I was just grateful, people just started leaving me the fuck alone. So, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, everything in moderation, there's definitely different extremes to things in terms of people, in terms of society. I don't know. I'm starting to fall asleep talking about this. The girl's friends insisted that she couldn't refuse the chosen one, that I was the savior, and that since I invited you, she had to say yes. But that girl really didn't want to go anywhere with me, no matter how sad I was to admit it. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, oh, my ear is itchy. Like, here's the thing. Like, I've certainly had plenty of women I've asked out that I was like, I felt kind of sad that, like, the person wasn't interested in, potentially dating me or anything. But I certainly wouldn't want them to feel bad about that. I wouldn't want them to feel pressured. And most of all is this. If I'm going to... Hold on, I need to cough some more. I don't know why I've been coughing a bit lately. But if I'm going to go on a date with somebody or be in a relationship with someone, I want it to be, because they actually want to be with me and actually like me. I wouldn't want to go on a date with somebody who doesn't want to go on a date with me. I don't know. I don't know. I would feel it would just be kind of gross and annoying, and I don't know. I think it would just be not a nuisance, but it would just be... I don't know the right word for it. All I can say is that even if I know a woman who is like very beautiful, who would go on a date with me, but didn't want to and was only doing so because they felt pressured or some shit, I don't know. I don't think disgusted is the right word, but it's like the main thing is I wouldn't want the person to feel. I would want the person to be there because they want to be there. Like, I can't think of anything that would be more sort of just, I don't know, disheartening. I don't know, just disgusting, appalling. I don't know. To be with somebody and they don't want to actually be around you. I don't know. I'm just saying this. If I was actually dating someone, I would definitely value the idea of, one, them actually wanting to spend time with me, two, them actually feeling attracted to me, and three, them actually, respecting me and, caring about what I think or feel, and actually, wanting me to care about what they think and feel. I don't know. Then again, I'm probably not good at giving advice on things just because, well, I can't say I've really been very good at relationships. And I've been rejected a lot, and then again, What can I say? I roll a lot of ones on the D20 when it comes to luck on that, but oh well. Can't complain too much, I guess. I don't know. I'm having trouble focusing. I'm just sort of falling asleep. Probably go to sleep after recording this. But yeah, I'm just saying, if you're gonna go on a date with somebody, you want it to be with somebody who actually wants to be on the date with you. I'd rather go to a place by myself than be somewhere with somebody who doesn't want to be there with me. Yeah, I don't know why I'm kind of the cause so much. But under the pressure of a small crowd which began to shame her for her ignorance, almost with tears in her eyes, she agreed. It was at this moment I realized that I would definitely not invite girls anywhere else in order to spare them from any public judgment they might receive by simply interacting with me. And although I could take advantage of this situation, take advantage of the power that was granted me for some reason, it wasn't in my nature. Yeah, I mean, again, that'd be fucked up. I felt somehow disgusted myself in the crowd, and I felt offended on the girl's behalf. I assured her that everything was fine, and that we could just walk around the village. I did it so that she wouldn't get a poor reputation. My reputation wasn't any danger's, but hers. The next day we took a walk, only spent half hour together. I assured her that she didn't have to see me if she didn't want to. The girl thanked me, and since then I tried not to approach her once again, or anyone else for that matter. Ever since then I was sure that I wouldn't see a fortunate marriage. Even if I fell deeply in love, where was the guarantee that I would be the one who's loved? I and not the chosen one. And all this was the fault of the elders, and to some extent my parents, who actively played along with the crowd. It was the worst thing one could imagine. Have you already written a speech for tomorrow's celebration? I shrugged my shoulders, not distracting myself from the oatmeal. Of course, I finished it last week. Smiled affectionately. Attaboy, told you. Most responsible boy of all. I already knew that, dear, and to think that such an exciting event is just a day away. Our child becomes an adult, and it's not just celebration of a simple child either, but the savior of our community. I sighed. My parents started the old song again about how lucky they were. I was the one to be born to them. It's kind of weird they're doing the whole person's an adult at 20. Honestly, people are an adult at 16. Just how good it was I chose that when my soul was floating somewhere among the stars, and how lucky the whole village was that I was their savior. Well, here's the thing. Do you only care about your child because he's savior? I mean, granted, I understand you are grateful for that, but at the same time, if suddenly the elders said, "Oh, my bad, I made a mistake, he's not the savior," would you still love him? I wanted to cover my ears with my hands, but that wouldn't help either. I heard all this day after day, but before my birthday, it was doubly so. After breakfast, I had a workout with Damien. "Hello, chosen one. How are you? I hope you're in a fighting mood." I chuckled to myself, preferring not to answer these questions. It seemed like Damien was just a wind-up toy that had been playing the same tune for so many years. I had another long, identical day ahead of me. My parents looked at me with undisguised enthusiasm. "Everything is ready. We've been waiting for you. Let's go soon. How handsome you are." I tried to swallow my displeasure. I spent the whole day with Stefan the sewer, who sewed me another uncomfortable, tasteless suit. In this long robe, I looked more like an old bearded magician from a fairy tale than a simple birthday boy who turned 20 years old. This is just the video of listen to Lunar cough into the microphone. You know, I'm trying to angle the microphone away from me. I didn't like the clothes. I didn't like the celebration. I didn't like anything. "I don't want your green eggs and ham." My headache was already in advance. I wanted it to be over as soon as possible. I wanted to run away and never come back. How much longer would it last? Each of my birthdays resembled someone else's. and were not to my taste at all, and the idiotic traditions I was forced to partake in didn't make it any better. I'd been thinking about the traditional speech I'd been preparing for this celebration all week. I had to write exactly what the residents of the community wanted to hear, not what I would really like to say. And taking into account the fact that I was writing a speech for the 10th time since I learned how to put sentences into a mindful text, I had to really sweat not to repeat myself. Tired and annoyed, I didn't want any celebration. Moreover, this celebration wasn't mine, but the chosen ones. The holiday of the village, not the birthday of an ordinary young man. It was as if that too had been taken away from me, and there was nothing I could do about it. My parents and I went to the very center of the village. A huge bonfire was already burning there, and along with the growing sound of music, I could also smell freshly baked goodies. People greeted me with shouts, cheers, and called me by my one only by only one name, the chosen one. I sat at the head of the table, on a small podium, in my already familiar place. Both the table and the podium were put together specially for me. The elders sat on either side of me, and on the very edge of the long table were my parents, as if they were less important than the elders. The wisest and most revered elder of the council rose from his seat with a glass of wine in his hands. Residents of the Northern Valley, today we celebrate a great event. Our chosen one turns 20 years old. The boy who came to our planet 2 decades ago and settled among us to become our salvation has grown into a wonderful young man. The day when he will become the ruler of the Northern Valley and decide our fate is inexorably approaching. It's only a few months away. And today, we will be happy to welcome a new, significant chapter of our life. Hurrah! Hoorah! The crowd, the whole village, seated at tables around the bonfire shouted, responding with an out-of-sync, hurrah! I tried to squeeze out a smile, but without much success. I didn't like anything that was happening at all. And the thought that this was the kind of life that was waiting for me in the future until my death scared me to hiccups. Would every birthday be like this? And if they really make me ruler, what then? It wasn't what I'd wanted all my life. It wasn't what I had dreamed of. Now the chosen one will address you with a speech. I raised my head. Distracted from my thoughts, there was a dead silence around the fire. Everyone was waiting for what I would say, and my heart sank at the thought of their many expectations. I got up and looked around the crowd. My fingers were clutching a glass of wine. I tried to remember my speech. Thanks to everyone who came today to celebrate my birthday. It is a great honor for me to see your joyful faces. I have turned 20 years old, and this means that I have ceased to be a child, that I have grown into an adult with a whole life ahead of me. Every birthday I talked about how glad and grateful I am that the fate chose me What an honor it is to be your hope. I fell silent. My heart was racing wildly in my chest. Sweat stood out on my temples all around. All these people were looking at me and waiting for me to say something. They were waiting to hear all the things that I had already repeated in different words many times. For them, I was a myth come to life, an unreal person, not like them, a funny little animal in a golden cage. And at that moment I finally realized and accepted that more than anything in the world, I didn't want to remain as that trapped animal for the rest of my days. But today I won't be telling you how honored I am because I lied. I have grown, changed, and today I want to tell each of you, and myself most of all, to choose your own destiny. There is no divine intervention, no predestination. There are just fairy tales to make the fear of life go away. But if you take your life into your own hands, it won't be scary. I won't tell each of you to be yourself, and not what you are ordered or destined to be. Fate was invented by us, people, and you believed it in with all your hearts. But it's time to wake up. It's time to give it up. Be yourself, and by the way, there is no lit and no mother of heaven. They were invented too. With these words, I took a sip from my glass. All the people gathered at the celebration were silent. It seemed that the entire village was plunged into a deathly silence. Even the birds stopped singing. The elders looked at me in utter shock, just like all the residents of the valley. It lasted at least a few minutes until one of the elders finally got his breath. "Dear friends, our chosen one apparently is tired or overworked. Maybe he's sick with something. I'm asking the doctors here to examine him right now." The crowd interrupted him. They shouted in pure fear. How it was possible, how I could say this. Why I said this. None of it could be true. The elders tried to remain calm and calm the crowd and demanded the healers for me. I immediately jumped to my feet. "I don't need to see healers. I'm totally fine." "What are you doing? Why did you say that?" My parents rushed to me while the elders continued to try to calm the raging residents of the valley, and the healers, almost dead from shock, tried their best to hurry over to me. The entire village plunged into chaos, and I had no choice but to turn around, holding the hem of this uncomfortable, idiotic robe, and run into the forest aimlessly. "Lunar! Lunar, come back!" was shouting after me, but I didn't care to listen. Why is the forest blue? I didn't know how long I had been running. It seemed like I was about to run around the entire planet in a circle. I tried not to look back, afraid to see the torches in the hands of the villagers running after me, but I was lucky. Apparently no one had followed me in the dark. Exhausted, I collapsed into some seemingly harmless bushes and instantly fell asleep. I suppose that it would be a bit of a concern to feel that, you just don't live up to some sort of expectation. You think that even the people that you can trust are gonna wind up trying to hurt you. Heck. Think for a moment like if you were at a church and you'd been there forever, if you suddenly disagree with a major talking point the church has, how do they react? Could be okay. Could be not okay. Could be very, very many different shades of that. Everyone's unique and every, situation is unique. The best thing you can do is just use some common sense and just think about in depth. My sleep was dreamless and so deep that when I woke up, at first I didn't understand what had happened, where I was, and why midday sun was already shining overhead. I was a complete mess, my hair was tangled, and this uncomfortable robe prevented me from walking normally. So I threw it off to go in pants and a cape instead. I was lucky that my sudden escape fell during the off-season. It was sunny, but not hot and not cold, enough to comfortably pass a few hours. I didn't know the place well, but I remembered that there was a river somewhere ahead, and that I should probably go there. However, I didn't know exactly why I needed to go there, and I didn't know what I was going to do now. Go back to the village? No. No way. After everything that had happened, after everything I had said to them, they would either grab pitchforks and torches in righteous anger, or they would immediately shove me into some kind of cage. And this time, they'll put me into a real, and not at all metaphorical one. I, under the supervision of the healers and elders, my parents would be told that I was completely crazy on the basis of overexcitement before fulfilling the mission assigned to me and would need constant supervision. And Mom and Dad would believe it. Moreover, with joy, they would rather prefer their son to be an idiot and mentally ill than accept they had raised a traitor, an apostate, and an egoist. In general, nothing good was waiting for me in the village, and I didn't even know the precise direction I had run or how long I had run at all. How long would I have to walk if I decided to return? But on the other hand, I had nowhere else to go. I was stuck in the middle of the wild. Where to go? To the neighboring tribes. They were far away. I wouldn't reach them. And even if somehow I did, it was unlikely that any would accept me. The northern valley had engaged in many conflicts with the southern villages for centuries, mainly due to disputes over territories and religion. But the way to the western tribes was too long. I definitely couldn't get there on foot unless I swam down the river. In addition to that, I had never gone further than the edge of my village. The elders forbade it, lest I stumble upon the wild animals or any harmful plants. Everyone was no doubt worried about me, yet I had chosen to abandon everything, to just shamefully run away. But what could I do? Continue to endure all this? I kicked angrily at a stone that came under my feet as I walked. The situation was taking a turn for the worse. Even if I had calculated everything correctly and soon reached the river, there would be no fish for me to catch at this time of day. Either way, I would have to return. Otherwise, I would just die of hunger. I wouldn't last long on berries and mushrooms in the forest. I sighed heavily. What happened at the birthday party was probably a nervous breakdown. I didn't plan on running away like this. I wrote the speech that they wanted to hear from me, and had fully intended on giving it. But something seemed to snap in my brain, and the words poured out by themselves. Sincere, angry, and almost desperate. I remembered what I had also blurted out about Lit and the Mother of Heaven, and my hands completely dropped. People would definitely not forgive me for this. They would burn me alive for such an outrageous act. Well, maybe they wouldn't burn me, but my life would become much worse than it was before. Finally, I got to the river. It was wide, but not so wide that I couldn't swim to the opposite shore. Although this time of year, the current was quite strong, and it was possible to drown. I collapsed wearily on the shore at the very edge of the water, and wondered where to go now. Ever since I was a child, I dreamed of traveling. I didn't share this dream with anyone. After the elders declared me the chosen one, it was nearly impossible to pursue. No one would just let me go see the world, because then an imminent disaster would befall on the village, at least according to their belief. It was stupid to tell my parents how much I wanted to visit wild places, see nature, and find out how other villages lived. Damien would have called it stupid childishness, and promised to complain to the elders again. Now I suddenly had a choice. I could go wherever I wanted. But once in the middle of the forest, alone, free to go in all four directions, I quickly realized the reality of the situation. I had no food, no equipment, no map, nothing at all. These shoes designed for the birthday celebration would wear off very quickly, and I would soon have to walk barefoot. Then winter would come, and in the end I would just die in the middle of an unfamiliar wilderness, having seen enough of it. That would be the sad story of the chosen one from the northern valley. What should I do? I buried my head in my knees and tried to get my emotions under control. It was impossible to give up now. It was too dangerous. It was necessary to get a grip, consider everything, and make a decision. It wouldn't work any other way, but it was easier said than done. Everything had been decided for me all my life, and now I was suddenly face to face with my own choice. There was no one around to help me, to tell me what to do. Out of desperation, I raised my eyes to the sky. Mother of Heaven or Lit, whatever, it doesn't matter if you exist. And I was wrong. Forgive me, and tell me what to do. Give me at least some sign, please. I'm completely lost. The sun was shining brightly overhead, and the sky was blue and clear, but I didn't see any answer from the Mother of Heaven or Lit. If you are offended, then don't be. I didn't know what I was talking about. Things got pretty messed up, and listen, you're kind of wise and understanding, aren't you? I guess you would see I didn't mean any harm. The Mother of Heaven and Lit were still silent. I immediately thought how stupid I must look and laughed at myself. Yeah, right? How have I stooped so low? I'm talking to fictional creatures. No wonder they don't answer. You know what? I looked up at the sky as if it was looking back at me. I don't need your help and your advice. I'll take my chances without you. Suddenly, as soon as I had finished, I had heard a loud bang somewhere nearby. Down the river. I almost fell into the water, jumping so high from surprise. Goosebumps rolled down my back, and my mouth went dry. I got to my feet, staring into the thicket of the forest, in the direction from which the sound came. No animal could possibly make such a sound, and it certainly couldn't have been made by the forest itself. There were two options left. Either there were other people here, or the mythical Mother of Heaven and Lit, in which I didn't even believe in, decided to give me a sign in this way. I slowly went in the direction in which I'd heard the bang. I made my way through the thickets and came out into a clearing near the riverbank. What appeared before my eyes didn't look like a human or an animal. It was a huge metal object with flashing lights of different colors. It somewhat resembled a boat, but much longer. Maybe it was all just my imagination. Maybe there was nothing here, and I just hit my head when I fell. This just makes me think more about the Mega Man Legends games. I still want a Mega Man Legends 3. On the other hand, how did I manage to fall in such a way? At that moment, a creature came out from behind a huge piece of the metal object. It moved on two legs and looked very much like a human, but obviously it wasn't one. I'll take a drink of water. This creature had a weapon behind its back, and armor plates covered its entire body. The face was hidden behind a helmet, on which yellow lights were flashing. For a few moments I just stood there, not knowing what to do. I wasn't afraid, rather, it was just a stupor. Who was this, and what was it doing here? The creature, judging by its shape, was a female. She noticed me and rushed toward me. By the way, in case anybody wonders, smash or pass? Smash. Just in case there was any confusion out there about whether or not I would have sex with the picture in front of me. She then said something, but I didn't understand a word. My ear itches. Everything she said resembled one syllable, pronounced in different intonations. I somehow forced myself to get a grip and blinked. Uh, sorry, are you trying to talk to me? The girl, as far as I could tell, from her impressive breasts. Yes, that's accurate. Exclaimed something and laughed, raising her hand and pressing something on her helmet. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think to switch my helmet to the right mode. Now it's got a little happy face on the side where the ears are instead of question marks. Also, Juno. Okay, cool name. I know this isn't, pertinent to what's going on right now, but the person who did the music for this game, good job. Just imagining a person on like a slap bass and a keyboard. Just saying the music's nice. I appreciate the music. I have never been to this planet before. I have not had a chance to communicate with the locals. Are you a local? What sex are you? Do you have names here? You're an intelligent species, aren't you? I blinked again, feeling extremely strange, as if I was in some absurd dream. Well, yes, I guess I'm intelligent. The girl in the helmet laughed. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. You've probably never seen my kind. Oh, and where are my manners? I immediately pounced with questions. I like the little heart symbol, and I like the way the facial expressions are. And I know it's a simplistic, stylistic design, but you know what? It's a nice aesthetic, and I'm enjoying the music quite a bit. So, let's replay everything. I'll start over, okay? And she is very courteous. Hi, my name is NV0903. I am a protogen scientist traveling around the galaxy to collect information about fauna and flora on different planets. NV. Could you repeat it? NV0903, but you can call me Juno. I assume you have names here, right? What's your name? My name is Lunar, and I'm, well, just a human. Juno nodded understandingly and smiled. Oh, well, if you're human, then I guess you're a male, right? I shrugged my shoulders. Well, yes, I'm a guy. How old are you? I'm sorry. I completely forgot what people look like. I haven't encountered them for a long time. There are no more of them in this galaxy at all. Are you a juvenile specimen? I shook my head. If this was a delusional dream, or some kind of hallucination from hitting my head, then at least I wanted to keep control of the situation. Wait, stop calling me that. I am Lunar. And who are you? I have never seen anything like it. As I said, I am a protogen scientist. We are an intelligent species of cyborgs from a very far corner of the universe. Your planet is poorly studied. My species visited it some time ago, but then, everything was different here, and there was not much nature. Wow. It's so exciting. I guess there are more animals now, right? Well, of course. There were no people here back then either. I smiled nervously. I hope you don't want to enslave us, or something like that. At that moment I thought with horror that the Elder's prediction from Lit could be true. That I left the village and brought trouble to the planet, and now aliens from outer space would destroy us. Goosebumps ran down my skin. Even the hair on my head stirred with fright. But Juno looked at me like I was an idiot. Although I couldn't see her face, it seemed to me that all of her emotions were conveyed by the helmet, and laughed out loud. What? No! I am a scientist and a researcher. I study and document all the planets I travel to. This is our universal mission, and even a hobby. We protogens don't enslave anyone. Don't worry. Ah, well, then, that's good. Welcome, I guess? Thank you. What stage of technological progress are you at now? What energy do you use? I blinked again. What are you talking about? Well, I guess you're not even a type 1. Damn, I'm sorry. Forget what I said. Everything has to come naturally. Your kind has to figure it out for yourself. I'm forbidden to share knowledge. A friend of mine got to a planet a couple of decades ago whose inhabitants hadn't even invented the wheel yet, and I quickly told them everything about how to evolve as soon as possible. As soon as he did it, such chaos began there. It was horrible. So it is better not to tell you anything important. You will have to do everything yourself. What are you even talking about? Am I dreaming? No. Why? Haven't you been in contact with other intelligent species before? I scratched my head. Well, except with the kugels, but they are not that intelligent. Just very clever animals. Kugels. How interesting. And who is that? They are a kind of fish, but they are not exactly fish. In short, they live underwater and they are smart creatures. Alright, I'll have to study them later. Sounds really interesting. By the way, your planet is quite beautiful. Where are you from? Do you have a settlement here? Yes, about an hour's walk away, maybe a bit more in the Northern Valley. We are the largest community in this part of the planet. You have a small planet, but it's great. We start sooner and finish faster, right? What do we start? As I said, I have to write down all the information about this planet's nature, or at least everything I can get to. Could you take me to your elders, or whoever's in charge of your village? I swallowed, realizing that I couldn't go back there right now. And of course I couldn't bring some creature with metal all over its body. Then they would definitely burn me at a ritual bonfire. Why do you need them? You see, it's going to be hard for me alone. Usually if there are intelligent races on the planet, I ask a local community for a companion as a guide and an assistant. Things are much easier this way. Juno looked at me expectantly, and I realized that I didn't know what to say to her. On the other hand, I could take her to the village and stay there, then somehow explain my behavior and ask the villagers for forgiveness. In this way I had to beg for permission to stay, where I escaped from only yesterday. Of course I didn't want to continue such an existence, but if I wanted to survive, I had no choice. But at the same time I suddenly realized that this was my chance. Maybe this is the signal that the Mother of Heaven sent me, in the form of this strange girl who was standing right in front of me, right now, and asking for help. I've always dreamed of traveling, dreamed of seeing the world. When else would I get such an excellent opportunity? After all, she probably had some food. She was someone who was prepared for long trips. It reminds me of a joke picture I think I'll share in the community post. It's like, there's no way such a convenient ero-gay plot could, exist in real life or ever actually happen. I'll post that to the community post sometime after I post this video. Well, a creature, a protogen. It didn't matter. Also, I had such a unique chance to communicate with an alien from outer space. But yes, I would bang. I would have sex. She was real intelligent at being right here. Completely unlike a human. More precisely, she looked completely different and somehow similar to us at the same time. I understood that starting a friendship with a lie was no good. I didn't work at all with people. But I couldn't stop myself. You know, you don't need to go to the village. Actually, you're awfully lucky. The thing is, I'm, well, you could say the second most important person in the village. I was lying godlessly. Are you, though? Are you? I mean, nothing you actually said was a lie. They consider you important. And she doesn't need the people in the village. After all, she just said she wanted someone to travel with her. And basically be a guide. And I can do that. So, nothing we said was actually a lie in any way whatsoever. She said that she hadn't seen people for a long time. Maybe she didn't remember how they could lie. Are you? Great then. But we didn't actually lie. Nothing we said was untrue. We are important to the village, and we don't need the village. So, yeah, no part of that was false. It's a long walk to the village. We'll go next time. You can count on me. I'll help you out myself. I'll be your guide. It's not difficult for me. I know our planet inside and out. Okay, that last part, knowing the planet. Like, it's not difficult for me. That's fine to say. That's more so just, you know, being confident. That's not lying. But saying I know our planet inside and out, I mean, I assume we have books. So, I mean, technically that's not a lie depending on how well we've just studied history, but we should still emphasize that we haven't actually traveled. My own lies made my ears burn with shame. What did I know? Nothing. No territories, no plants. I only knew something about animals, berries, and mushrooms. Honestly, we're still know more than most of the people in our village. So, I mean, yeah, we might honestly not know shit, but we actually are still technically the closest thing you have to an expert, aside from somebody who's like an actual traveler. I don't know. On the first outing, my lie would be revealed. But once I started, it would be too late to retreat. After all, this could be my last chance to escape. Lunar, that's just great. I didn't expect to be so lucky. Are you sure you know everything here? At this point, we just say, I know enough to help you, and I will do my best. But I haven't traveled much, and most of what I know is from books. But I will still do my utmost to help. The eyes on Juno's helmet narrowed suspiciously. Did they? I mean, I didn't see that animation. I immediately realized that I myself had absolutely no idea how to read if she was lying or being honest. I had never seen aliens like her, and couldn't read their helmet expressions very well. My assumption given that reaction is that Juno already understands full well, you know, basically reading my body language and intonations better than I can read hers, that I am definitely embellishing in terms of my knowledge of being a wilderness man who knows how to travel the world and build like cabins and shit. But she's also like, you know, I mainly just need someone to be a guide to help with understanding customs of the world and a few little interaction things. Beyond that, I mean, I have plenty of food, and if I do run any problems, I have all this technology. So it's just kind of cute and adorable, and I'll just play along with Lunar and let him pretend he's a professional and he actually knows what the fuck he's doing. And maybe, like, 'cause after all, like, okay. I'm trying to guess what someone else thinks. Granted, they're a fictional being with an LED, you know, gamer mask to show, like, thoughts and feelings. And everyone's like, you keep staring at her tits? Yes. Also imagine, like, scratching her ears. But I do like, honestly, I do like the design of the face. Like, just the way the facial stuff, like, same with anime. I like, anime is very good at having very expressive facial expressions. And I like the stylistic choice that they went with here. But yes, more than half of the time looking at this picture, I am just staring directly into her tits. Occasionally at the midriff where her belly button is. Sometimes at the ears or the fluffiness around the head. But I would say the main things I'm looking at is the second most is the face. I'm looking at the face mask thing, because I like the design. I'm probably looking at the second most, but the thing I'm looking at the absolute most, everything. And yeah, sometimes I look at the background, thinking it's kind of odd that it's kind of blurred up. I understand they're trying to have this focus more on the people rather than the backgrounds, and it does make it feel less, I don't know, it feels more chill. Also occasionally checking out hips and, groin. And also where, the hourglass shaped figure of where the bottom of the rib cage goes into, where it curves out into the rest. But I would say, again, and of course looking at the ears. But I would say this thing I'm looking at second most is the face. But what I'm looking at the absolute most of all is, yes, second most thing I'm looking at the most, face. But what am I looking at the most? Her tits. I'm staring at her tits. Yep. What if she didn't believe me? I decided to lie till the end. Of course. I'm sure you won't regret it. I've lived here all my life. Yeah, that's true, too. Hey guys, I'm an expert of Earth. I've lived on Earth all my life. That was meant to be funny, but I don't know if that was actually a funny joke. It probably wasn't. I'll tell you everything. Don't even worry about it. I smiled a little too broadly, reminding myself of my father and his much too wide smiles, and held up for my hand to Juno. Well, do we have a deal? Juno looked at my outstretched palm and smiled. We do. I was still holding my palm, waiting for a handshake, and Juno was standing opposite and smiling. And? What? You guys don't have handshakes? I was half expecting, okay, you're not going to understand how to do a handshake, so you're just going to give me a fist bump or something. Won't you shake my hand? Juno blinked. Why? We sealed the deal, I assume. I will go with you and help you, and you help me not to perish in all these forests. Something like that. Juno shrugged, still not understanding what I was asking for, but held out her hand. No, not this hand, the second one. Juno was surprised. What's the difference? This is inconvenient. Here? See, that's better. Her hand was warm and soft. Well, shall we go then? Let's go. But where? At that moment, I was a little confused and looked around. Where should we go? Definitely not in the opposite direction. There was nothing to do there. There was nothing particularly interesting in the forest. There was our settlement nearby, and the animals tried to stay away from people. Besides, I didn't really want to run into foresters or hunters from our settlement. In that case, they would definitely report everything to the village, and a delegation would shortly be sent to follow Juno and I. What if they attacked her and started a war with the alien race? No, it was better to stay away from them. We can start from the other shore. There is a forest further on, where all sorts of little animals live. You're interested in that, aren't you? We can look for thingies. They're everywhere right now. It's mating season. And that reminds me, I like actually walking, through forests. Mind you, I did a lot of camping when I was younger, but I don't think I want to ever camp or sleep outside again. I like my comfy bed, okay? I like my big queen-size mattress. It's comfy. But I still go out to bike trails and walk on the bike trails, and I usually try not to ever go past 14 miles, but it's really nice out there. I really like. But I imagine I'm the kind of person who's and so what would you do on a date or just hang out with somebody? It's well, I'd like to just take someone to walk on the bike trail with me. And we just play some chess and play some video games and anime and eat some Little Caesars. Maybe listen to some Tool. I'm just saying it's nice to go out and walk on bike trails. And heck, I haven't been to the zoo in maybe 8 or so years. Or an aquarium or anything, but it's nice to actually go to the zoo and see the animals. And I mean, granted, it's nice to go by yourself, I guess, but it's nice to go there with a person, you know, to share the experience with somebody. But, you know, only if they're actually there enjoying, one, enjoying being there, and two, enjoying being there with you. It really just depends on the company at that point, but yeah, it's just... Because, I mean, it's better to go by yourself than to have bad company. And I guess, what would be bad company? I guess it would be somebody that would be insufferable or being, like, all angry and shit. Like, it'd be better just to have somebody who's there just like, hey, yeah, let's go see giraffes. And, you know, just enjoy hanging out with the person, enjoying the, just, like the idea of just wanting to go on a walk with somebody. You know, actually just caring about spending time with that person. That, you know, what you care about most is that person. I don't know. Maybe I care too much about just, I don't know, emotional bonds and friendship things and feeling emotionally close to people. I don't know. I care about bonds and stuff and hugs. Yeah, imagine if this Juno lady were right here right now. I'd probably just give her some hugs, and then we'd probably go out to Dairy Queen and get some ice cream. And everyone's like, Lunar, stop being fat. I'm like, I'll get around to it. I'm trying, okay? I mean, I at least walk a lot on the bike trails. Just every time I try to jog, I like sprain something, or I strain something, or I hurt something. And it's like every time I try to push myself harder in the gym or try to like jog and run, I just seem to injure myself. That sucks. It's inconvenient. Fangies, interesting. I'll write it down now. Is fangies an actual word, or did we just make the fuck up? Juno pressed a button on her helmet and an image with the letters appeared in front of her. I watched in amazement as she wrote something down without using either ink or pencil. Oh, you probably haven't seen this. It's a hologram. Don't worry. I reached out to touch it, but the image passed through my fingers. Cool. Where does it come from? Well, it's easy. There are special light bulbs on my helmet that create the image. Well, shall we go? I looked one more time at the strange thing, the hologram, and tried to catch it with my fingers, but didn't succeed. You guys ever see the Hatsune Miku holograms? Heck, there's also like deepfake technology, like there's a video called This Is Not Morgan Freeman. It's amazing what technology can do. Heck, there's many AI programs that can create stuff that's as realistic as, you know, the Discovery Channel, like wilderness biography stuff. Like, you can make stuff that looks like it's actual real world with the technology we have now. Heck, imagine if you had like Shadow of War and you like plug ChatGPT 4 into, you know, the orcs. That's everyone's like, that's an abuse of fucking AI, and I'm like, yeah, it is. Forgot what I was talking. All right, I'm just saying, if you can do that with that, like, why couldn't we have like holograms of like Def Clock, Metalocalypse, or what if we like took a giant football stadium and you made holograms of Dragon Ball Z, so 3-dimensional Goku and Vegeta, but each of them are like 30 feet tall. So you have a football stadium filled with people, and then you have, it's nighttime, and you even have like a roof on the stadium maybe, because some stadiums have roofs. And, or like, what if you just like a hockey rink in like Canada or something, and you set it up machines. Heck, maybe the ice help keep the machines cool so they don't overheat. But you have holograms of Goku and Vegeta being projected, but you have them like 30 feet tall, so everyone's able to see like 30 foot tall. Like, it could even be a frame by frame recreation of the Majin and Vegeta against Goku fight. and or any of the transformations, or a compilation of the best fights, and it could just be 30-foot tall Goku versus Vegeta. Then again, you could also go another way with that. You could like do an anime, like I'm trying to think of what would be the most, I don't know, Hunter x Hunter. Like imagine if an episode of, or a fight of Hunter x Hunter were in 3D, or heck, imagine if like those gacha game people, like the Nikkei Victory people with the really hot, female characters with the giant titties and all the jiggle physics. Just 30-foot tall. I was spacing out imagining giant hologram titties, and then I was brought back to reality by staring at the pictures of titties on the computer. Everyone's like, Lunar? Are you there? I'm like, focus. I'm like, I'm just staring at boobs. Give me a moment. Just a little distracted. But yeah, I'm just saying, imagine all the cool stuff you can do with holograms. Or imagine video game characters. I'm just like imagining, like, heck, what if they did like the Street Fighter tournament people, but there was like, rather than being on a big screen, it's their actual fucking holograms for everyone to see. I don't know. Heck, at that point, why don't we just have like holograms of hockey players, and then it's just the two people playing that's creating the hockey game for everyone. Anyone looking forward to the seeing, well, at least I'll be seeing on clips on YouTube, but Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. I'm looking forward to watching that, but I'll probably like watch it, like the clips of it on YouTube. Of course, let's go. At the moment, my stomach groaned. At that moment, my stomach groaned loudly from hunger. I remembered that I hadn't eaten anything since yesterday and missed the usual, always on schedule breakfast. Heat burned my cheeks, so I realized that Juno had heard the sound too. Listen, do you happen to have anything to eat in your huge metal thing? Juno looked at me and burst out laughing again. Okay, let me look for something. There should be something left, I guess. Some fruit, as I recall? Let's go. What is this thing? By the way, does it fly? Yes, it's called a jet. There's a lot more stuff in there. It's a cool thing. You'll like it. Only I can open it with my palm prints. No one else can access it. Juno walked over to the jet and put her hand on its side. At that moment, a panel slid away, making it possible to enter inside. Wow, I've never seen anything like it. Well, actually, this is an old model. I should buy a new one. I got it long ago. Such an unkillable thing. It's important to me as a memory, you know? I call it Pixie. Why Pixie? I don't know. I like it. It is my best friend. Juno laughed. I couldn't figure out what she was talking about. How could this huge steel thing be her best friend? When we were inside, I suddenly realized, wait, is this thing alive? Goosebumps ran down my back as soon as I thought about a living creature who could fly through space. Moreover, now I was inside this thing, this Pixie, and I didn't like it at all. It was like being inside a mythical beast, a giant animal that looks like a walking house, with armor instead of skin and horns on its head. But when Juno saw the panic on my face, she burst out laughing again. You should have seen your face. Just hilarious. No, Lunar, don't worry. It's not alive. Although, I would really like it to be alive. Sometimes I just want to chat with someone. Well, chat with a living being, not a... You know, definitely relatable, Juno. Definitely relatable. Welcome back, Juno. Glad you're back so soon. I jumped in fright. I barely had time to step into this huge metal thing as a strange-sounding voice rang from everywhere. Juno smiled. Don't worry, it's Pixie. Hi, Pixie. I wasn't planning on coming back so soon, but I met a representative of the local species. Meet Lunar. He is a human. Hello, Lunar. Human. Nice to meet you. I am Pixie, an artificial intelligence assistant. What the heck is it? I looked around with wide eyes, trying to figure out where the hell the voice was coming from and who was talking to me. The inside of Pixie was clean and very beautiful. It all resembled the hold of a ship from the books I read at school, but it was so much more than that. Juno opened a cabinet and took out a box. Pixie is an artificial intelligence that lives on my jet. Well, he doesn't live, literally. He's not real. It's something like, let me think. Do you have any talking birds? I thought about it for a bit. Well, yes, we do. We call them talkies. But they don't really talk. They only imitate the voice. They live in the south, not here. Well, my Pixie is almost the same. He doesn't speak for real. He kind of imitates speech. He helps me with the ship and research, and I can also chat with him sometimes if I get bored. Actually, I talk to him all the time. Traveling through space alone, can be very boring. Imagine that there is only endless emptiness and silence around you. Yeah, that would probably start to drive someone crazy. And someone would probably start talking to themselves all the time. And not a single living soul until you reach the next station for refueling. Juno pointed with her hand at something resembling a chair. I didn't know what it was called, and I sat there. Taking the box, she handed me. Help yourself. These are fruits, still very fresh. I especially froze them as soon as I picked them. I hope you like them. I put a smile, still feeling weird, and opened the box. Inside were bright red pieces of some fruit unknown to me. It was unbelievable. A fruit from another planet. I turned the piece over in my hand, looking at its veins before I put it in my mouth. After chewing it, I shrugged. It isn't bad. It reminds me of our droplet berries in some way. Later, I'll show you a tree full of them. Sounds great. Now hurry up. We still have much to do. Juno was fussing over the jet. She was clearly impatient to start a trip as soon as possible. She fished out a very large closet, something that looked like a bag, and shoved in a few items, that the purpose of which I didn't know. What are you doing? I'm collecting provisions for you. I didn't think I'd find a traveling companion so quickly. That's why I didn't prepare anything. But we probably won't go far today, right? I'll take a bit of everything. You'll wear a backpack. It shouldn't be heavy. I hope you are in good physical condition. Juno looked at me, still eating a piece of fruit. Well, yes, I'm sure it won't be hard. I continued to lie shamelessly. But what could I do? Should I say that I have never gone further than the edge of my village in my life? Or are you just saying that you've been doing physical training your whole life? So even if you haven't left the village, you should be perfectly, very, very healthy. Then Juno would definitely send me back home or even toss me away. And I didn't want any of that. Moreover, there were so many new and interesting things here. I'd never seen anything like it, and I probably wouldn't see it ever again if I was forced to leave. Fortunately, Juno didn't recognize the lie in my voice and grinned. Great. See how lucky I am? Oh, I wish it was like that everywhere. On one planet, in the neighboring galaxy, I was almost crucified when I came to them for help. Locals there seemed to be intelligent but very aggressive. They decided that I was some kind of deity from the underworld and tried to kill me. They almost cut my feet off, too. That sounds horrifying. Well, you have a hard job. Juno shrugged her shoulders. But I do what I like. By the way, what do you do? Do you already have a job? I try to make something up as soon as possible, you know. Actually, I'm still studying. I train. I study science, something like that. I mean, honestly, that's not lying. I mean, we do spend all our time studying and training. We have a lot of work in the village, but I haven't had the chance myself at any real work yet. I mean, technically, everything you said there is accurate. The only lie that we've said is that we actually know what the fuck we're doing. But, I mean, honestly, if we just said, hey, I know more than a lot of people know, but I haven't actually done a lot of traveling. But I'll do my best to help. Then everything would be 100% correct. It was only partly true. There really was a lot of work in the village, fishing, farming, hunting, carpentry, but I wasn't allowed to do anything, so that I didn't get hurt anywhere, didn't break anything, didn't bother myself, and most importantly, didn't get distracted from my main job, to be the chosen one. So you're still young, aren't you? How old are you? I turned 20 yesterday. I kind of became an adult. I smiled sourly. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay. Juno looked at me with genuine sympathy. I was surprised. Yeah, why? I mean, it was your birthday. So what? It's just a holiday. Why do you feel sorry? Juno's face immediately changed. Oops, sorry, it's different everywhere. We, for example, consider the birthday a very sad date. After all, we become a whole year older, which brings us closer to death. But in your case, congratulations. Our birthday is considered a holiday. Well, you know, we celebrate that we managed to live for another year. No one attacked us, no stone fell on our head in general. This is a big event. Very interesting. How do you celebrate it? We celebrate the whole evening. Usually the birthdays of all the children who were born in the same day are celebrated at once. Well, adults don't celebrate anymore. They have their own worries. Birthdays are usually celebrated before the age of 20. But as soon as you become an adult, that's it. You have completed the important task of growing up. Now there is no time for fun. You need to work for the benefit of the community. That's great. I'll write it down. You don't mind if I study you a little, too, do you? Not that this is my specialty. I usually only study nature. But other intelligent races are so interesting. I smiled broadly at Juno. Not a problem. How many planets have you been to? Oh, a lot. I've been working for a long time. Due to the fact that I travel through space, I don't even remember exactly how many years have passed. I don't have any reason to return to my home planet, so I rarely return there. My whole life is a job, but I like it. There is no time to be bored or sad, especially when there are so many interesting and unusual things out there. Juno smiled at me, judging by the image on her helmet. When I finished with the food, she took the box, which she called a container, and stood with her hands on her hips. So, are you ready to go? Yes, of course. I was born ready. After we got out of the pixie jet, Juno closed it and pressed something on her helmet. After a couple of seconds, the jet became completely transparent. I gasped in delight. Wow, what did you do? I activated a special disguise so that no one will notice it. I don't want some random person to see Pixie and consider it some kind of sign of the devil. So, where should we go? I looked around and pointed my finger in the direction of the opposite shore. I guess we are going there. Juno gave a thumbs up and walked to the water's edge, pressing something on her helmet again. I stepped right on the water. Golden plates appeared under her feet, allowing her to walk straight across the river. Wow, that's great. Can I try it? Of course. Give me your hand. Juno took my hand and we started to cross the river. I walked behind her trying to hit the hard plates, which quickly disappeared as soon as I took my foot off them. They felt solid to the touch and didn't seem to weigh anything. How does it work? It looks incredible. These are old pieces of technology. I use them to cross small rivers. Sorry, staring at tits again. It only works with certain substances, water for example, but we are still lucky that you have a good chemical composition in your water, otherwise we would have to swim. Soon, we were on the opposite shore. The forest there was thicker and full of various natural sounds. The chirping of birds, the whispering of animals, the buzzing of insects. Juno led the way, and I followed her, although, logically, it should have been the other way around. After all, I volunteered to be her escort. As we walked, Juno shone a golden light from her helmet on the trees and bushes. "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm scanning the area. I usually do this to study the simplest plants and living things. There are, in many ways, similar to those I have found on other planets in your galaxy. And how many planets are there in our galaxy?" "Well, not many. I've been to 5 so far. Your galaxy is quite small, at least smaller than the ones I've come across before. I would like to find some unusual species here. Can you tell me what lives here?" "Well, let me think. There are, for example, grouchy mushrooms in our forests. We call them that because they start making sounds like grunts when you walk past them. They are inedible and can spew a poisonous vapor, which isn't fatal, but can cause severe drowsiness." "Sounds interesting. What do they look like?" I tried to remember the pictures from the books I had read. "Well, they're very small and ball-shaped, gray shade, not to be confused with anything. Look, here they are." I pointed to the ground growing next to one of the trees. It was a whole family of grouchy mushrooms. As soon as we got closer, they began to whisper to each other, and a yellowish fog swirled over their round hats. "Sorry, mushrooms, I need one of you as a sample." "They're not intelligent, are they?" Juno turned to me, squatting down. I laughed. "Of course not. How can mushrooms be intelligent?" "They can. On some planets they understand everything, and they can have entire communities there. On some planets, the inhabitants consist only of mushrooms. More precisely, the mushrooms on them are the only inhabitants." Kind of reminds me of Warhammer 40k, the orcs. Short story, orcs are actually mushrooms. Basically what happened is mushrooms started growing, and then they were very angry, and then the mushrooms kept yelling at each other until they became orcs. The end. Boring planets, probably. To some extent, yes. Juno pulled a small mushroom out of the ground, which began to grumble angrily and spit yellowish fog at her, but Juno didn't raise an eyebrow. Apparently the helmet saved her from unnecessary exposure. "Turn around. I'll put it in your backpack." I turned around. Juno opened her backpack and shoved the mushroom into a small bag. "We can move on." We'd been hanging out in the woods all day. I didn't even know how much time had passed. We wandered around, stopping every 10 minutes at some plant or living creature. Juno didn't collect... It actually sounds fun. Juno didn't collect animals as samples. According to her, it was enough to photograph them, as she explained. It meant to capture the image with the helmet and take a smear from them. But she cut off a piece from the plants and tucked them into my backpack, intending to study them in her laboratory in the near future. After a few hours of such an unusually long walk, I was ready to just fall to the ground and stay there. My whole body ached, and my legs were buzzing terribly. I wanted to eat and sleep, but I couldn't say a word to Juno. In the end, I lied to her, saying that I was the hardiest of all, because I absolutely didn't want to make a fool of myself like that. 2 hours later, when the sun began to sink near the horizon and get tangled in the crowns of the trees, Juno looked at me and said thoughtfully, "You look kind of weird. Are you alright?" I shrugged, pretending that everything was fine. I had no idea why she would ask such a thing. "Yes, I'm cool. I feel fit as a fiddle. I mean, why wouldn't I be? I don't know. Does your species change color?" I blinked. No, of course not." "Then why are you covered with those spots?" I dropped the stick I was leaning on, testing the ground under my feet, and quickly looked from my feet to my hands. How could I not notice it? My whole body was covered with strange, looking red spots. Unable to restrain myself, I cried out in surprise and fright. What the hell is this, Mother of Heaven? I began to rub my skin, but the spots didn't go anywhere. Juno suddenly exclaimed. Oh damn, how stupid I am. I didn't even think that I was giving you fruits from another planet. You must be allergic or something. It was necessary to conduct experiments first, and only then. I'm so sorry. Lunar, it's probably my fault. Don't blame yourself, I guess I just... Oh. I suddenly felt dizzy, and I almost fell. Grabbing the first tree that came to hand in time, Juno jumped towards me. She grabbed my arms and helped me lean on her shoulders. Juno was a little taller and stronger than me, so I happily hung on to her. In addition to all the other ailments, fatigue was added, and I almost fell to the ground. Just a second, Lunar. I'm going to call Pixie. It'll find us, and you'll be able to rest, okay? I hope you aren't getting worse. How stupid I am. Juno began to wade through the forest, apparently intending to find some clearing to summon Pixie. When she succeeded, the jet was already hanging over the tops of the trees and immediately descended, removing its disguise. Juno dragged me on board and threw me into the same chair I had sat in earlier. Damn, what should I do? I don't have anything for your kind. Oh, I'm so sorry. How would I? I felt like I was going to throw up. Juno? Maybe one of my medications will work for you. Let me look. For example, maybe. Juno. No, stupid idea. I'll just kill you. What should I do then? Juno! Juno turned to me, and at that moment I threw up right under her feet. Along with the meager fillings in my stomach, mainly it was just water. There was also a small berry on the floor, which I had eaten in the forest. Juno squealed. Holy crap, what the? Lunar, is this some kind of special way for you to attract attention? Juno jumped away from the puddle, miraculously not getting her shoes dirty. I leaned back wearily in my chair. No, I didn't think so. I don't think so, I just threw up. I closed my eyes wearily, but as soon as the berry had jumped out of my stomach, it became much easier for me. It's not your fruit. Apparently, I ate a poisonous berry. Juno was surprised. A poisonous berry? But why would you do that? I don't know. It seemed to me that it was just an ordinary berry. It is very similar to what we usually collect and eat. Damn it, I'm a fool. Look, your spots are disappearing. I don't think illness works that way. Technically, we would have already digested what made us sick. I mean, obviously, it would prevent us from becoming more ill, but the amount of poison that's already in the system would still be there. And even if it's fully out, you would still have the after effects. I mean, basically, if the berry is poisonous, throwing it up prevents you from digesting any additional poison. But you still have the poison you've ingested, and you still have the fatigue from what you've already ingested. So yeah, that's not how health works. I looked at my hands, and indeed, the spots gradually faded until they finally disappeared from my skin. As soon as I got my usual color, Juno burst out in merry laughter. The case is solved, Lunar. Are you sure you know everything about your flora and fauna? I blinked. Of course, why not? It's just that sometimes I can be wrong, like everyone else, but that's because some poisonous berry mushrooms are very similar to edible ones. I think I'll take this berry as a sample. Juno fished the berry out of the puke with a special device, and after washing it with water, placed it in her bag. Meanwhile, it was already beginning to get dark outside, the sky dimmed, and the sun sank below the horizon. Juno looked out. I don't think we were going out tonight. You still don't look well. I whispered to myself. Glory to Mother of Heaven. Juno turned to look at me. What did you say? I say, what a pity. I wanted to travel so much more. Well, apparently I can't. Don't worry. Tomorrow when you feel better, we will definitely travel all day and all night to learn as much as possible. I'm so glad you're willing to work so hard. I tried to stifle a miserable groan instead of swearing. I just smiled. Of course, no problem. Listen, can I wash up somewhere and go to bed? Yes, of course. Let me show you everything. Juno ordered Pixie to clean up the puddle on the floor and dragged me to another compartment of the jet. Look, I have a shower stall here. Here, you turn on the water like this. Actually, just ask Pixie. It'll set everything up for you. I stared at the flashing buttons on the control panel, as if it were the Mother of Heaven descended from the clouds, and had no idea what to do. What do you mean there's 3 seashells? Does anyone get the movie reference I made? As soon as Juno walked out, I was left alone in the booth and hastily undressed. Pixie? Yes, Lunar. I'm listening. Can you turn on the water for me? Of course, Lunar. Just a second. After a couple of moments, water poured down from me on all sides. I almost screamed in surprise. It was like a waterfall. I almost slipped on the floor, but only managed to grab the walls. Somehow, getting used to these miracles, I began to wash. Pixie also gave me some kind of small brush and advised me to brush my teeth. I didn't resist, although we usually cleaned our teeth with another thing, a special piece of cloth. When I came out, Juno was sitting in the chair, and her helmet showed nothing. I even thought she had fallen asleep. But as soon as I took a step, the picture reappeared. So, did you figure it out? Yes, Pixie helped me. Thank it for that. I've been thinking about where you could sleep tonight. I guess you can sleep on my bed and I'll sleep in the cryo chamber. Usually I don't have visitors. Juno smiled at me. I don't know, it sounds wrong to me. I mean, it's your jet. I don't want to kick you out of your own bed. Maybe you'd rather lie down in your bed yourself. And I'm in this, what did you call it? That's very nice of you, but I'd rather lie down in the cryo chamber capsule myself. It's not turned on right now, of course, but what if you press some buttons in your sleep? Also, I'm used to sleeping there, and it might be uncomfortable for you, so lie down on my bed. Don't worry. Juno pointed to a bed in the corner of the compartment. The bed looked exactly the same, but bigger. I couldn't even dream of such a big bed. I do like my big comfy bed. And yes, I'm imagining, Juno laying in the bed with me and cuddling her like a body pillow. Then, good night, I guess? Good night. Oh yeah, I guess. Don't you wish good night? No, we just say bye. Bye, Lunar. See you tomorrow. I smiled and shrugged my shoulders. Bye, Juno. Comfy bed. Also, do we technically have air conditioning in this jet? That's awesome. Our journey continued the next day. As it turned out, Juno was a pretty early bird. She got up even earlier than I was used to. The sun had not risen yet. And yet, she was already walking around the jet, sometimes hiding in her laboratory. I didn't know what kind of laboratory it was. We didn't have anything like that. But as Juno explained to me, the laboratory is a special place where she did her research. Yeah, I remember when I was in New Mexico in the mountains for a few weeks. Yeah, we'd be basically getting up and packing up and continuing to move through the mountains before the sun hadn't even come up yet. It was so hard to see. The next day, my whole body ached. I wasn't used to such long travels. I had never walked so much before. Juno informed me that we would stay at this location for another day to take a few remaining samples and then go to the swamp at night to collect materials of nocturnal plants and animals. I didn't mind, although I didn't want to go anywhere. Juno's bed turned out to be just magical, soft as a feather, comfortable, big. It was a pleasure to sleep on it. And when I liked the most, no one woke me up at dawn, trying to drag me off to always the same breakfast and exercise with Damien. But despite how I rejoiced at the freedom that finally appeared, an unpleasant longing stirred in my chest. When we were walking through the woods and Juno was collecting the remaining samples, she asked, "Why are you so sad? Did something happen?" I immediately kicked my thoughts away and tried to take control of my facial expression. "No, it's fine. I was just thinking. Why do you ask?" It's nice that even though Juno has a different way of emoting in a way than humans, that she's actually, paying attention to our thoughts, feelings, our facial reactions, our body language, our tone of voice, and is actually trying to be empathetic and understanding. And, yeah, that's nice. I don't know. I thought you were worried about something. Well, if you don't want to talk, then of course you don't have to. Juno gave up her question too quickly, and I smiled as she went back to work. We continued to wade through the forest. And thanks to Juno, it was easier for us. She found the best pathway by scanning the area with her helmet, and I could immerse myself in not the most joyful thoughts. I was thinking about my parents. I was gone for 2 days already, which had never happened before, and I didn't know how they were feeling now, or what they were doing there. They must have been terribly worried, totally freaked out, and I was sure they were looking for me. But what could I do? Did I push myself to such an act? I kicked a tree branch near my foot and sighed. I didn't make this choice in the first place. I didn't want to be the chosen. But now, for once, I chose what to do and where to go. Juno was fun, but from time to time I thought back to my parents, even though I tried to control it. Hey, I think we go back to the Pixie. By the way, I was thinking, maybe you need to pack something to eat. What about mushrooms? We could cook them. I have a kitchen on the jet. Juno turned to me, holding the last sample, which she shoved into my backpack. I immediately tensed up. I didn't really know a damn thing about mushrooms. Only that bright red and bright yellow are deadly poisonous mushrooms that can kill a huge animal. But which of the others were edible? It's probably better to dig up roots and plants. They are more nutritious and tastier. Our mushrooms are not that good. Okay, whatever you say. What do you usually eat? Well, a lot of things. All sorts of cereals, vegetables, fruit. We also eat meat. We have a whole family of hunters in the village. They bring home game animals, and fishermen provide fish. Do you need to buy all of this from each other? Not really. We exchange with each other what we can. Hunters and fishermen usually bring meat and fish. Farmers bring vegetables, fruits, and cereals. Ranchers get milk and eggs. Tailors provide clothes. They get food for it. In general, everyone does what they can. Interesting. Quite an old system. We are alone here. The elders used to sell some things to the neighbor villages for crystals, but they live far away, and our relations have deteriorated, so they have been supporting themselves for several years. So you have crystals, great. We'll need to find a couple. We will need to go to the land's eastern village. They have mountains there in which crystals are mined. Great, then we'll go there. So, what kind of roots did you want to jig up? I scratched the back of my head and looked around carefully. It was necessary to come up with an idea right now. Actually, I needed to find food. I couldn't just eat Juno's supplies. She probably had a limited amount only meant for her. But I didn't want to get poisoned again at all. In the end, I pointed to a plant that looked more or less familiar. These are very nutritious and delicious. Just a second. I took hold of a stem and pulled with all my strength, almost flopping down my ass. There were too few roots, so I had to pull out a few more of them. I think that's enough. You'll like it. Juno shrugged her shoulders. Well, I hope so. Come on. Pixie will help you. Back on the jet, we started cooking. I didn't know how to cook after all. My parents or village cooked all the food for me throughout my life, and therefore I didn't know at all what to do with the raw ingredients. But I didn't want to lose face in front of Juno, so I tried to deal with it. In the end, I just washed the roots and put them into boiling water. The dish turned out disgusting. It was a stench. It was a stretch to even call it a dish. The roots turned out to be quite different from what I expected. They were sour, bitter, softened like oatmeal, and bland. But Juno was watching me carefully as I ate, so I had to carefully control my facial expression. Well, how do you like it? I threw all my strength and did not make a face. It's great, so yummy. I almost choked on one of the pieces that got stuck in my throat, and I immediately washed down with water. Juno was sitting across from me, her head propped up on her hand. Honestly, it looks disgusting. She made a sad expression over her helmet, but I had already gotten used to most of her digital facial expressions. It was still strange for me not to see the face of the person I was communicating with, and only a picture, like in a book. No, I'm telling you, it's yummy. Sure, you don't want to try it? Yeah, we are lying at this point. Juno shook her head. No, I have my own food. Thank you, Lunar. The smell is even worse than the sight of this thing. Do you really eat that? I swallowed another mouthful with difficulty. Yes, it is very healthy. There are lots of different sorts of, vitamins and other useful substances in the plant. It tastes so much better than it looks. It's so great that every planet has its own interesting traditions. I put on a smile, which wasn't easy for me, and then immediately died of food poisoning. The swamp was illuminated by a bright purple light hovering in the sky. As Juno noted, it was one of the satellites of our planet. We simply call it Tilia, which appeared at night and replaced Iria, our sun. We had been walking through the swamp for half the night. Apparently we live on Minecraft world, somewhere around, something like Jupiter or Saturn. Maybe a little mixing a little bit of the outer worlds too. I will say this, that was like one of the best things of that FPS game is just the way the worlds looked, especially the nature. Heck, I've been playing a bit of Stellar Blade and just the environment looks so awesome. And yes, so does Eve. But I'm just saying, it's really amazing, like the backgrounds in games. Like, I still think it'd be interesting to have like a VR game that's just like walking around the areas in, say, a Final Fantasy game, or Brave Fence Musashi, or Mega Man Legends, or Bloodborne. Take the maps from Bloodborne. Obviously, take out the enemies. And like, what if you just made it into a giant VR chat map, and people could just like walk around Bloodborne and talk to each other, and just enjoy the ambiance? We had been walking through the swamp for half the night. All the while, Juno was looking with interest at all the bugs, worms, and spiders that came across our way. In the swamps, these critters were big, the size of a palm, so I once again tried not to step on them. Juno didn't disdain at all and grabbed them with her bare hands, examining and touching each vile swamp creature. You better put them down. Juno stroked the furry body of a well-fed, bright red spider with fluffy paws. The very sight of it gave me goosebumps, and I wanted to either run away or smear this monster across the ground with one kick. But Juno didn't share my views on these creatures. To her, they were interesting and cute. Why are you overreacting? Look how pretty it is. Such cute, fluffy legs. Probably because it could, have a poisonous bite that will kill me. Cute? These brats look like monsters. Juno smiled at me gently. Well, many inhabitants of the universe look like monsters, but in fact are very nice and kind creatures. For example, the inhabitants of the planet, I'm not reading that, look like huge mutated worms that stink of natural mucus, but they are very pleasant guys. They were so hospitable that they invited me to their place right away, showed me everything, and allocated a whole delegation to give me an excursion around their planet. They invited me to come back, but so far I have had no time to make a visit. Can I ask a question? Juno shrugged her shoulders. Of course, Lunar. Ask. Why do you need permission? Well, it's a bit of a personal question. Juno waved her hand. Of course, ask. I'm listening. Why did you decide to, travel the universe? Have you always wanted to do this, or did you just have no choice? There was silence. Juno apparently was considering my question. She lowered her hand, allowing the vile, terrible, red-belly thing that was barely even worth calling a creature at all to crawl away. If this is some kind of painful topic for you, then... No, I was just thinking how to make my story short. You know, my species has a long history. We were once just some slaves created to replace real soldiers in war. An artificial species created in labs with the help of science. But after many efforts, we gained our freedom and became a normal species with free will. Since then, most of us just pursue either an assortment of collective goals or individual dreams. Some protogens, my ear is itchy. Some live a normal life on our home planet. Some of them, like me, live on their own and travel throughout the universe. Since I was born, I always wanted to study biology, but maybe because that was imprinted in my genes when I was created, I never thought about anything else since I became free. I don't understand a lot of words, she said, so I tried to summarize everything without asking useless questions. So it's like, your fate? Something like that? Juno turned to me with a thoughtful expression on her helmet. Fate. Is that like a religious concept about predetermined future? Yes. Yes, something like that. Here we have, for example, Mother of Heaven. She creates fate. She lives on a cloud and weaves destiny for everyone from heavenly threads. And you can't go against this fate. She decides who you will become and what you will do. And in general, determines your whole life. And how do you know what she decided? Well, usually someone just lives their whole life without making any changes and believes that this is the only way it should be. The roof of your house fell in? So this is your fate. A flood killed all your cattle? Your fate. A lean year? Very simple. This is your fate. We live like that, and we only believe in fate. And what about the unusually? I frowned, not understanding what Juno meant. What do you mean? Well, you said it's usually like this. But what about the exceptions? I bit my lip thinking about her words. My gaze fell on Tilia, frozen in the sky, illuminated by a pinkish-purple glow. Well, one time our elder said that this is the younger brother of the Mother of Heaven, came to him and told him that that one boy from our village is the chosen one. And Lit told of his fate, and he was destined to live in the village all his life, and then when he turned 21, become the head of the settlement. That this boy is supposed to save our village and its inhabitants from terrible trouble in the future. And if he leaves, nothing can be saved, and our village will be destroyed. That's horrible. How can they say such a thing to a child? It is simply unacceptable. Or is it normal for your culture? I shrugged my shoulders. I don't know, but I mean, this boy didn't like what he heard at all, and he has lived like this all his life, not daring to do anything of his own free will. The villagers decided everything for him because they believed that since he was their savior, it meant that he became their property. Something like that. Sad story. When did it happen? Did this boy save his village? I smiled mirthlessly. Well, no. In fact, it is still unclear how this story will end. The boy is now, well, he's in the village and he's preparing to save the village from who knows what. Do you believe that is his fate? Juno looked at me with undisguised interest. For her, it all probably sounded like a fairy tale. However, it did for me too. I didn't know what to say. I didn't believe in fate. But at the same time, I understood that it was my fate was predetermined. I wouldn't know about it. At this point, we should mention... By the way, the boy I was talking about, that's actually me. I felt really just overwhelmed by all of it, so I kind of yelled a bunch of angry stuff and then ran away. And now I'm hesitant to go back because I'm worried they'll be extremely angry at me. Also, I'm just having a blast hanging out with you and not being bitten by giant red spiders. Well, if it's really like that, what if something happened to the village when I left? To be honest, no, I don't believe it. At least that's what I thought, that there is no fate, and that there is no Mother of Heaven or Lit either. All of this is fiction in order to make life easier for people, or for the government to control people. What do you mean, make life easier? Well, people have always been afraid of a lot of things. Death, for example, or crop failure. They didn't know how to deal with that, so they came up with the fairy tale, that some woman in heaven decides everything, that she runs everything, and after death she will take us up to heaven, and let us work in helping create the universe. Somehow it made life easier, and people are not so afraid to die anymore. Well, that's the exact idea of religion. It's similar on most planets with intelligent species, though I'm surprised you understand that despite your limited knowledge about our universe. Juno smiled gently at me. You are truly a black sheep. I arched an eyebrow, not understanding what Juno was talking about. What am I? I have heard such an expression on one planet. Being a black sheep means that you are different from others, not like them. I smiled and nodded. Yes, I guess I really was a black sheep. What about you? You said some of you live far away from your planets. Is that a common thing? Not a common thing, but not too rare either, especially for scientist-type protogens. Some of us wanted freedom more than others, so it's okay for a protogen to live a lonely life without making contact with other protogens. For me, the universe and its nature is much more interesting than anything else. There are so many new and unexplored things out there in space, and you never wanted to go back home. Juno shrugged as she bagged another sample. Maybe sometimes, but not that much. Before I gained my freedom of will, I was working in the lab every day. I usually worked with other protogen scientists, but since we all became free, nobody wanted to work with others, and everyone started their own journey as a lonely scientist. Besides, the first generation of protogens never had families or close friends. It's not something that we were supposed to learn in our so-called childhood. How is that possible? Weren't you born by your mothers, or at least eggs or something like that? As I said already, we were created artificially in laboratories, and we were created with the help of genetic engineering and VR training. Gene? What? Well, it's something like deciding which characteristics the creature will have before it is born. You can make it strong, fast, tall, short, and so on. The only difference from fate is that it's decided by another creature, not a god. Our creators made us strong and healthy, but obedient. Gladly we destroyed our shackles and started a new life. But I won't tell you the whole story right now. It's really too long, and I'd have to explain too many things. Besides, I already told you a lot of things that I shouldn't have. Except for the slavery, it sounds very cool. I'd be happy to have the possibility to travel to distant places. I've been dreaming of traveling all my life, to see at least our planet. But, well, I couldn't. Why not? Well, I don't have a jet to fly everywhere, and it's dangerous to travel alone on foot for such a weak creature like me. Though it's not so scary with someone else, I don't have any friends here. I'm sorry to hear that, Lunar. Though I don't know if it's all right in your culture to not have friends. No, it isn't actually. My peers have a lot of friends, but in short, I don't have anyone. Just parents, but they're not friends. This is different. Juno asked shrewdly, "Do you have no friends because you don't believe in Mother of Heaven and Lit?" Hearing this from her, I smiled. It sounded really absurd, but I couldn't say why I really didn't have any friends. I didn't want to admit that I had lied to Juno and wasn't qualified to help her with her research, that I just grabbed the first chance I got to escape from the prison in which I'd spent my whole life. If Juno had gotten in my way, what would I have done? I would have returned to the village. I would have come up with some story, begged the villagers to take me back, assured them I realized all my mistakes, and would never do anything like this again. Or maybe I would just disappear into the woods because it would be better than returning to my own home. I think so, to some extent. I once told my friend Damien that I don't believe in all this. He reacted very aggressively, and he called me a betrayer, and I haven't told anyone since then that I think it's all nonsense. Juno smiled gently at me. Well, it doesn't matter now. Look, Lunar, you're traveling right now. This is probably not what you expected and dreamed of, but... I shook my head, interrupting Juno. No, it's great, really. Even now, this is the coolest adventure of my life. Besides, I was very lucky I met you. I never thought that I would ever see inhabitants of another planet. It's so cool when your friend is an alien from outer space. I laughed merrily, sincerely, but for some reason, Juno didn't share my joy. It was as if I had said something wrong, but I didn't understand what exactly. I think it's kind of the same thing where we felt upset that someone only valued us because we were the chosen one rather than who we are as a person. Same way, Juno in this regard might feel upset that we only value her because she is an alien from outer space, and not for who she is as a person. The image on her helmet changed. The smile disappeared, giving way to a sad expression. Is everything alright? Did I say something wrong? Let's get ready. I've already finished here. I scanned the rest with my helmet. We can finish with this territory and go to the next tomorrow morning. Here, take the samples and put them in your backpack. I obediently picked up the bagged samples and shoved them into the large bag behind my shoulders. Juno, are you sure you're okay? I'm sorry if I blurted something out. Maybe it has some other meaning for you? I didn't even know. It's okay, Lunar. Forget it. Juno smiled, but it seemed to me that even on the helmet the smile looked too artificial and forced. No, really, if I said something wrong. It's okay, I told you, come on. Pixie's waiting for us. There are those roots of yours that you cooked yesterday. I hope it will pass for dinner. I barely restrained a pained groan as I followed Juno with my backpack at the ready for any last-minute samples. You know, I think they've gone bad. They're not usually stored for so long. Weird, I scanned them before I left. They were fresh. Besides, I froze them in. And we never freeze them. They're probably already gone bad. I'm telling you for sure, it's better not to eat it anymore. Okay, well, okay. What will you eat then? Do you have any of those fruits you gave me? I'll check when we're there. Don't worry. I won't leave you hungry, Lunar. Juno turned around and smiled at me over her shoulder, but there was still something fake in her smile. But I didn't understand what I was guilty of. We finished the territory of the forest in the northern valley and headed south, where a hot desert with a mercilessly scorching sun awaited us. As it turned out, Juno couldn't stand high temperatures, and well, what was the point in hiding it? I'd never actually been to this place, I just knew it existed. I read about it in books. Juno wasn't thrilled because her cooling systems, as she called it, were having a hard time coping with such heat. It's scorching hot here. It's awful. Let's quickly scan everything here and get it over with. Yes, you're right. I don't want to stay here for a long time either. Juno began to illuminate everything with yellowish light that came from her helmet. She squatted down to study the sand and rocks while I loitered nearby, squinting from the blinding rays. Look, are you sure no one lives here? Juno got to her feet and looked at me. I shrugged my shoulders. Yes, no one. Weird. What's weird? Did you find something? I don't even know. I haven't figured it out yet. Juno continued to scan the area. I suddenly remembered that I had to play the role of an omniscient person who knew the whole planet inside and out. So with the most unaffected facial expression I said, I assure you it's absolutely safe, and no one lives here. Besides, who would survive in this heat? My words, which sounded surprisingly natural and unperturbed, apparently cheered Juno up. She continued to rummage in the sand, studying the pebbles and particles of various substances she came across. At that time, I could hardly stand on my feet, and feeling the sweat trickling down my temples was an obvious sign to finish up the research quickly. Suddenly, I felt a jolt. It seemed to come from everywhere, as if the planet itself had shuddered. Did you feel that? Juno turned to look at me. I shrugged, trying to stay calm. I don't know. Maybe it was just a falling rock? That's unlikely, my sensors have detected. At the moment, I screamed and jumped up. The dry ground under my feet seemed to move. Juno looked at me, and I looked back at her with huge eyes. What the? She didn't have time to finish. A huge something burst out of the ground. Sand splashed in all directions. The ground under my feet was shaking, and I couldn't do anything to hold back a loud scream. Right between Juno and I, blocking our way to each other, a giant, fat worm appeared. Juno, run. Lunar, over here. Juno dodged the huge, round mouth of the worm and ran around the large body, grabbing my hand. Due to the fact that I was confident in the safety of this place, we had moved quite far away from the jet, and now we could easily become the lunch of underground worm. Juno ran away, still holding my hand, but I couldn't run as fast as she could. The worm, driving underground again, chased us, hoping to snatch its prey. You said there was no one here. I thought there was no one here, but you said you knew. Sand got me off my cough, and as the ground moved away from under my feet, I fell. Just at this moment, the huge worm popped out of the ground again. Juno, help. Juno froze in place. Interference jumped across her helmet, and I couldn't understand the expression on her face. Sand got in my eyes, and I could feel the worm coming towards me, and smell the terrible stench from its mouth. And after I had already said goodbye to life, there was a loud bang. I opened my eyes. Juno was holding what she called a gun in her hand. She aimed at the worm and pulled the trigger. Get up quickly. The worm became distracted and squeaked loudly, so Juno grabbed me and almost dragged me to the jet. We barely had enough time to get in, so Juno threw me in the chair and shouted, Pixie, let's get out of here. Pixie obeyed. The jet hummed and we soared in the air. I was breathing heavily, sitting in the armchair, trying to calm the frantic pounding of my heart. Juno was sitting next to me with her elbows on her knees and her head in her hands, staring at the floor. Her helmet was expressionless. We were silent for a few minutes, while we just tried to catch our breath. My legs were still shaking from running so fast, and my hip hurt from falling. Soon a bruise would appear. Phew, we did it. A smile appeared on her face. Did you see a huge batch? He almost ate me. Thanks for... Juno didn't let me finish. She got up and silently left, leaving me alone. The module door closed behind her with a soft click. Completely unaware of what happened and why Juno had reacted like that, I continued to sit in the chair in silence and solitude. Pixie? Yes, Lunar. Did I say something wrong? Sorry, Lunar. I can't talk about this. It's personal. Would you like to drink some water and change your clothes? I frowned even harder. What couldn't Pixie talk about? What can't you talk about? Sorry, Lunar. I can't tell you. What would you like to drink? This conversation was going nowhere. I leaned back in my chair and ran my hand over my face. Grains of sand, and I was covered with a layer of either dust or gritty dirt. Yeah, I would. Thanks, Pixie. Juno didn't talk to me for the next day. When we went to the western forest, she worked without a single word. She silently scanned the area and shoved samples into my hands, but refused to answer any of my questions. I knew I had done something wrong, but I didn't know exactly what it was. Several times I tried to start a conversation or ask something, but Juno either answered shortly, yes or no, or ignored my words altogether. I felt lousy. During the few days that Juno and I had traveled together, I had gotten used to our communication and the sound of her voice. I had never been as interested in anyone as I was in her. Maybe it was because I'd never talked to anyone so much. About anything in the world, about life, about fate, about nature, and so on. It seemed to me that Juno and I had found a common language. I was sure that she felt the same way, and now I didn't understand what had happened or how to fix it. I didn't want to lose contact with Juno. I had never experienced such togetherness with anyone as I did with her. When we were walking through the forest, this time a quite rare one, with a comfortable trodden road, Juno said, "You lied to me, didn't you? You don't know anything about your planet." I froze. No longer trailing behind her, my heart sank in the heels. My face turned bright red, and I didn't know what to answer with. Well, what makes you think that? Because it's impossible not to know about the freaking giant worms if you know the whole planet like the back of your hand. Juno turned to me, an angry expression on her helmet. I hesitated. What could I say? After all, she was right. I had no idea I was putting us both in danger. Maybe I once read about something like that in a book, but I didn't know the giant worms lived in the southern desert. Lunar, tell me the truth. Yes, you're right. You're 100% right. I don't know much about nature. Or even much about the planet as a whole. I never left my village. Juno looked at me in surprise and then growled furiously. She kicked a large stone with her foot and it flew off in the other direction. Why did you lie to me? You should have said right away. Am I your babysitter? I needed a guide, not a liability, and you don't know anything. I couldn't tell, otherwise you wouldn't have taken me. That's right, I wouldn't have taken you and you wouldn't be responsible for your life. But I had to leave. What else was I supposed to do? You came out of nowhere and said you were from another planet. I was confused. Don't lie to me. You didn't get confused. You decided to play traveler and took advantage of me. But I'm not your babysitter. I thought you were an experienced person. I thought you knew everything about your planet. But what did you turn out to be? I hung a pile of stones around my neck. And if you died yesterday, what would I do? What would I say in your village? What's the difference? I'm alive. You are alive thanks to me. Juno stamped her foot in anger. She was breathing heavily, and the face on her helmet turned bright red with unfiltered rage. I didn't know how to justify myself. After all, Juno was right. I made the deal by lying to her about everything. The only thing I didn't lie about was my name. And she had a big mission. She had to study the planet, not solve problems for me. I felt terribly ashamed and immediately regretted that I had not told the truth from the very beginning. My face lit up with a blush. Sorry, Juno. I'm sorry. I really am. I didn't mean to lie. Just what? Why did you end up by the river if you never left the village? Why did you ask to come with me? What do you want, Lunar? I bit my lip, sighing heavily. I sat down on a fallen log and dropped my head in my hands. Do you remember I told you about the boy who became the chosen one? Allegedly the mother of heaven chose a man. I remember. So what? What does that have to do with it? This boy is me. I was 3 years old when the elders told me that I had a great destiny, that my life was predetermined by Mother Heaven, that she had a mission for me, and that's why I was sent here. According to the prophecy, I was supposed to become the ruler of the northern village in the future, become a savior, and cope with some terrible threat. I never had a choice, you know? I was raised as a chosen one, I was treated as chosen one, and never as a simple person. Even my parents called me the chosen one savior day, not by name. Everything was forbidden me. I ate according to a schedule. My day was scheduled by the minute. I wasn't allowed to read what I wanted, do what I wanted, or go where I wanted. I lived there as a pet, and so on my 20th birthday I couldn't do it anymore. I spoke in front of the whole village. I had to prepare a speech for every birthday, and this time I expressed everything that boiled over. That there is no mother of heaven, that there is no destiny, and in general I don't believe in all of this. I said it in front of everyone, in front of the elders, in front of parents. They almost shoved me to the healers. No, they tried really hard on that. They would definitely lock me in the house and just wait for the threat to come, but it might never have come. And I would spend my whole life within four walls like some kind of decoration, not a person. So I ran away. So I just ran through the woods until I was exhausted. I didn't know what to do. I asked myself where I would go. In the forest, I would just die alone. And go back to the village? This was, well, a voluntary surrender for my whole life. And I don't want to go back to that kind of life, Juno. I want to live life like a normal person. I want to travel and see the world. Then you showed up, said you needed a guide, and I decided this was my chance. That now I could escape and no one would find me. That I would see the world and you would help me with this. Well, I'd help you, and you'd help me. I didn't mean any harm, Juno, honestly. I just wanted to become your friend. I sighed and ran my hands over my face. Juno, after hearing my confession, stood silently in the same place, not knowing how to answer. I'm sorry I lied to you, but I really like traveling with you. I've never been friends with anyone. I've never had anyone. Just this Damien I was talking about, but he doesn't care about me, you know. He is only called my friend, but in fact he is not a friend at all. I understand if you want me to leave, but I would like to stay with you. I've never had such a great time with anyone, and thank you for saving me yesterday. If it wasn't for you, I would really be gone. When I finished my story, I looked away to the ground. I was afraid that Juno would drive me away and tell me to return to the village. Or even worse, she would just leave me here. And I'd never get to the Northern Valley from here because we were almost on the other side of the planet, no matter how small, according to Juno, it may have been. I didn't want it to end so suddenly. After all, we had fun together. Juno sighed, walked over, and sat down next to me on a log. I don't need friends, Lunar. That's why I travel alone, so as to not make friends. Why, I thought we were, I thought you enjoyed hanging out with me. Yes, I did, and I do. It's great, even fun, and it's interesting to be with you. But I don't need it. That is, well, I can't. I shouldn't get attached to anyone. It's fraught with consequences. What consequences? Juno was silent for a few moments before finally giving up. Sorry, Lunar. I also lied to you. I actually had a friend. My very best friend. We met on one of the planets I was exploring. His name was Toshi. He was my guide on the planet, but we got along so well that he also became my friend. There was nothing keeping him on the planet. He had neither relatives nor friends, so he decided to fly with me. We traveled for a long time, lived side by side, and helped each other, and then, well, on one of the planets, we fell into a trap in Toshi. Juno paused, her voice trembling. I pursed my lips, already realizing what had happened to Toshi. Juno looked really broken. When Toshi died, there was nothing I could do, and even if I could, I didn't do anything. I just didn't have time. I only managed to make my own way out. He urged me to leave, said I shouldn't even think about staying with him, and I had to leave, otherwise we would have died together. For a while, it seemed to me that it would have been better if I had died with him. There wouldn't be this constant feeling of guilt. It's always with me, no matter what I do, and it can't be fixed. Toshi can't be returned. When I came to my senses, I vowed never to make any friends again, or even somehow get attached to those with whom I travel around the planets. The guides became just helpers for me, and I tried to stay away from them. But with you, it's really great to be with you, just like with Toshi, but in a different way, of course. And when you showed up, I realized how lonely I have been all this time. But I can't get attached, I can't let it happen because then I might lose it again. I just can't face it again. What would happen if I hadn't saved you yesterday? I agreed with a sigh. I would have died. Exactly, right in front of my eyes. And when I saw you lying there and this worm was ready to devour you, I fell into a stupor. It was as if Toshi appeared before my eyes, and history was repeating itself. I didn't know by what miracle I managed to pull myself together and help you. I don't want to lose a friend again. You know, it's too hard. But you can't be all alone all your life. Juno looked at me with a sad face. I didn't know how she felt. I had never lost any friends. I didn't have any friends at all in the first place. I could only imagine how scary it was to carry such a burden and to blame myself every day. But at the same time, I knew that no one had to blame themselves every day. It was too hard to live with such a load. You can't control who you get attached to, and if that happens, maybe it should have. Juno smiled sadly. Fate? I chuckled, realizing her words. Something like that. You know, I'm sure Toshi wouldn't want you to be alone for the rest of your life and not let anyone near you. What would he say to you now if he heard all this? Juno thought about it, then laughed softly and said something in a stern voice in a language I didn't know. Whatever that means. This translates as, let's say, well, pick up your snots and stop behaving like a child. Toshi was quite strict when it came to self-flagellation. That doesn't sound very emotionally healthy at all. His philosophy was somewhat similar to yours. He believed that what was meant to happen couldn't be avoided, and what had already happened couldn't be changed. He would only get angry if he found out that for so many years I have been afraid to say an extra word to my assistants, or even start a conversation. Because the more you talk to them about abstract objects, the more you get attached. I think you and I have found each other. I didn't have any friends because no one wanted to be friends with me. Well, everyone wanted to be friends with the chosen one, not with me. And you don't have any friends because you're afraid to make them. I think we're cut from the same cloth. Juno just smiled. Maybe you're right. I will try to help you, Juno, I promise. We don't have to, well, become very close friends. We can be friends for now. You know, get used to each other, and if we become best friends, then so be it. And I will try not to be a burden to you, okay? I held out my hand to Juno. She looked at it with incomprehension in her eyes, but apparently quickly remembered what it meant. Smiling, she sniffed as if she was crying, and squeezed my hand in a handshake. All right. Let everything go as it goes. Then we'll see, right? Yeah, well, are we going to look for any stuff for your research? Yes, it will be dark soon. Let's get this over with as soon as possible, and then we'll go and look for more of your roots. I almost shuddered. By the way, I wanted to say, honestly, I don't know what these roots are. They are disgusting. I never want to eat them again. Juno exclaimed, Then why did you eat them? Well, I just don't know how to distinguish edible mushrooms from inedible ones. And the roots are safer than mushrooms. In short, I lied to you. Sorry, but that's the last thing I lied to you about, honestly. I must admit, I suspected something like that. These roots stink terribly. I can't imagine how you ate them. What is it again? Honestly, I have no idea. Juno just looked at me and then laughed out loud. What's wrong with you, Lunar? You'd eat such filth just not to tell the truth? You know, your endurance is enviable. I probably wouldn't be able to do that. Let's just forget about it. And we'll find something better. Forget? Well, no way. I'll remind you of it every day. The further we moved across the planet, the closer Juno and I got. I felt that it was easy, right, and good for me with Juno, as if it was supposed to happen, as if we were supposed to meet. It seemed like we had known each other for a long time, and we just hadn't seen each other for many years, but now we had finally found our way to each other again. As promised, I helped Juno as much as I could. I tried to learn how to collect samples, of course, exclusively under her strict guidance. I recalled everything. I studied about nature at school. I tried my best to become Juno's assistant, not a burden. I helped her do some things in the jet. Juno even let me into her laboratory. She showed me everything there, although I still didn't understand most of her words. Juno laughed kindly and assured me that I would definitely figure it out in the future. Our journey ran through the whole world, and I didn't even know how big it really was. Of course, for Juno our planet was tiny, but for me it was a boundless expanse. For a guy who had lived all his life in one place, in one house, waking up every morning in a new place was a real miracle. More and more I began to think about asking Juno to travel through space with her when her research on our planet was over. I didn't have enough of an imagination to picture what I would see there. I couldn't wait to go, even though I knew it would be extremely difficult to persuade Juno to take me with her. Maybe she'd never agree to it. I didn't want to think about what would happen if Juno just flew away one morning, just as she arrived, suddenly, like a blast in the middle of the quiet forest. Would she forget about me, leave it all behind? I couldn't imagine how I could possibly forget, how I could leave our friendship, our communication, our heart-to-heart conversations behind my shoulders. For me, it was something new and so amazing that I didn't even want to imagine what it would be like to lose it. I mean, don't we all kind of want that? Whether it's in friendships or especially in a romantic partner, you want someone you can talk to and, get along with in such a way. But, like I said, doesn't everybody want this? Sometimes I thought about my parents, about whether they thought about me, whether they remembered what happened to them, to the village. From time to time I dreamed that the village was completely destroyed, burned in a fire. As soon as I left, the prophecy came true, and it was all my fault. In these dreams I felt helpless and infinitely, inexpressibly guilty. When I woke up in the morning, I was so depressed that even Juno noticed it and asked if I was alright, but I couldn't tell her what I was really thinking because I didn't want to turn these thoughts, these fears, into words. Then it would make them reality. And I didn't need it. I didn't want to admit that I was really guilty of something, that I really left my village and my family in danger. Juno and I moved further north on the planet and soon found ourselves in vast expanses of hills and sparse forests. As soon as we got out of the jet, a strange smell hit our noses. It smelled like rot or long dead meat. We looked at each other and I realized that Juno had also smelled it. What is that? That stinks so much? I don't know. Maybe something died nearby? Huh. We went further along the path into the forest and began to look closely at the trees and shrubs around us. They looked completely different from what I had remembered. In the pictures in the books, these places were drawn quite differently. Now the leaves and trees were covered in strange red dots and lines. It seemed that all the greenery had withered, but why? It was still too early for winter, and the air was quite warm. Should it be this way? I approached Juno, who was holding several wrinkled, blackened leaves in her hands. No, it definitely shouldn't be like this. They're like wilted? But it's too early for that. The weather is good, winter isn't coming soon. Why did this happen? Juno frowned. It was clear from her helmet that she was deep in thought about something. I'll take samples. I think we need to find out what kind of disease this is. Do you think it's some kind of infection? Juno nodded tensely. This can't be an accident. Look at this forest. It's all like this, even the grass. What do you mean? Have you seen something like this before? There was a panic in my voice. I didn't know what kind of trouble had happened to this forest, but there was clearly nothing good about the black spots on the plants. Juno shrugged, saying nothing in particular. I'm not sure. Maybe not? You can find out what it is, right? I will try, Lunar. I promise. I accepted her answer. There was no better alternative anyway, but an unpleasant anxiety appeared in my chest. I had never seen anything like this before. When the seasons changed and the leaves fell, it still didn't look like that. They never turned black. They turned yellow at most, and then when the heat came, they turned green again. But these plants seemed to be seriously ill. The whole forest smelled of rot, something heavy and dead. Juno's helmet had the same worried expression on it that I had. We need to get out of here. I don't like it. What? Do you think it's dangerous? Maybe. It seems to me that at that moment an animal's cry was heard from somewhere in the depths of the forest, where a giant boar consumed by demon worms came out. Yes, I'm making a reference to the anime Princess Mononoke. Desperate, the animal is struggling in agony. Juno and I exchanged glances, and without a word, ran toward the sound. In the middle of the clearing, where we found ourselves, there was a three-horn. It was you mean a fucking triceratops? It was a large, once beautiful animal with 5 hooves and 3 horns on its head. How do you have 5 hooves? How do you walk? Its eyes, unusually yellow, had turned white. Is it blind? It definitely made me think of Princess Mononoke. Whoever made this game, are you familiar with Princess Mononoke? Were you thinking about that anime when you made this? The Black Blood. Now I'm just thinking of Chrono Gorgon from Soul Eater. Like I said, I've described my personality as a Dragon Ball Z fusion of many characters, including a DBZ fusion of Sailor Moon and Yusuke Urameshi, or of Astolfo and Jack Hanma, or in this situation, Chrono Gorgon from Soul Eater and Vash the Stampede from Trigun. And black blood flowed from its mouth. It smelled like a corpse, like rotten meat, as if the three-horn had long since died, although we saw it convulsing. What happened to it? What's wrong? I don't know. We need to run some tests and find out. We're not taking it to Pixie, are we? Juno shook her head, empathetically. Of course not, if that's what I'm thinking about. What are you thinking about? I would really like to know. This is my planet, after all. Juno walked up to the three-horn and looked at the dying animal with regret. What do we call them? Three-horns? They are herbivores, mostly harmless. If you don't try to scare them, very cute creatures. I'll take samples. Juno squatted down in front of the three-horn. She reached for the black, viscous pool of blood and took samples on a special stick. So it's like the animal's blood just coagulating in it while it's still alive? Let's get out of here. I'll tell you everything as soon as we get on the jet. It's not safe here. Juno and I set off at a brisk pace in the opposite direction, just in case she took out her gun while I hurried after her. My heart was clenching in my chest with fear. What happened to this forest? What happened to this animal? Why did Juno react like that? When we were in the jet, Pixie greeted us with a standard greeting, but immediately said, Juno, I must warn you, there is an unknown virus on the ship. I know, Pixie, we brought it. We need to understand what it is. Be careful, it could be dangerous. Virus? I mean, like the flu? It's hardly that harmless. You saw what happened at Three-Horn. Juno took my backpack with the samples and told Pixie to take off. She decided to go back to where we were yesterday and stay in a safe place. I followed Juno to her lab. You promised to tell me what it is. Lunar, You promised. If this is some kind of disease, I want to know how dangerous it is for the planet and how it can be stopped. Juno sighed. She put all the samples we collected on the table and immediately put on protection, gloves, and a special suit. Listen, I don't really understand it myself. I think it's some kind of virus, and if I'm right, we need to inform your village urgently. If this virus is as serious as I think it is, it will spread all over the planet. We need to find out if there is a chance to stop it, where it came from, and if there is a chance, it's possible there isn't one. Lunar, I'm not a magician. Yes, I am a scientist, but this does not mean that I can do everything. It may not work out, and then we will need to figure out what to do. And the most important thing is whether this virus is dangerous to humans. I could feel my heart beating wildly in my chest. Juno set to work, working on her instruments. Promise that you will tell me everything you find out something. Of course, Lunar. Go get some rest. Chat with Pixie. I decided not to disturb Juno and followed her advice. Leave her alone in her laboratory. After leaving the lab, I didn't know what to do, so I just collapsed into a chair and tried to pull myself together. So what did we have? Some unknown virus that killed plants and animals. I've never seen this before, so I was really scared. Thoughts of my parents in the village immediately flashed into my head. What if the virus got there too? What should we do about it? The worst part was that I couldn't help in any way. I tried to calm myself down, having no other options to cope with the panic. Maybe this virus wasn't as scary as I thought. At least, if it wasn't harmful to people, yes, livestock and crops may die. But we could cope with this. We had already had bad years before, and back then we survived them all together. I told myself that it was impossible to lose my temper right now and give up. After all, Juno was on my side, a scientist from another planet, and she knew exactly what to do with all this. For several hours, I restlessly roamed around the jet and tried to occupy myself with something, but to no avail. At some point, I fell into a chair and even managed to take a nap, but the restless surface sleep didn't last long. Juno came out of the lab, and from the look on her, I understood she didn't have any good news. Well, what did you find out? Something, Pixie. Keep an eye on the lab. Yes, Juno. Will you tell me? Juno sat down opposite me with a heavy sigh. I think it's a virus, and this virus is very dangerous. Judging by what I have managed to find out at the moment, it spreads very quickly through the air and through touch. It kills carriers and remains in already dead organisms for a while. I tried to kill the virus with cold or heat, but the effects of temperatures don't cause it any harm. Listen, Lunar, I don't want to scare you, but I think it's very serious. You need to return home immediately, or our journey is over. Here's the problem with that. If I've already been infected with this virus, wouldn't I just be a carrier? Wouldn't me going back to my village make them sick? Wouldn't they have a better chance of living if, I didn't go back? I assume that it can be stopped somehow, and I will try to do everything I can to help with your planet. I gripped the arms of my chair, feeling the heart pounding my chest. It was beating faster with every word Juno said. No, wait. What are you talking about? What do you mean I have to go back? What about you? I'm going back to my ship. This jet is only part of the ship. The ship itself is waiting for me in orbit. There I have more devices, more tools. I can try to create a cure. And you should be with your loved ones, Anne. No way. What are you talking about, Juno? This is my planet, my house, and if it's in danger, I'm not going to sit idly by. I will help you in any way I can. It will be much better if there were two of us. Lunar, it can be very dangerous. What if you get infected, or what if you get infected? Juno was silent for a couple moments, but then she shook her head. Still, you'd better go back. I don't want to be constantly distracted by worries about you. I don't want to let it happen again. I sighed, immediately realizing where these worries were growing from. Juno frowned, turning away from me again. Juno, nothing will happen to me, and if it does, that would mean you couldn't have prevented it. I won't be much better off at home anyway than with you. If the virus is spreading so fast, my village may be in danger, but this virus won't be able to get on your ship. Juno was silent, apparently trying to decide how to proceed. I reached out and squeezed her hand in mine, and at that moment I felt a wave of heat radiate through my body. I'd never touched Juno like that before, gently squeezing her palm, saying that I was here, next to her, and nothing would happen to me. In fact, I never touched anyone like that, even my parents. They didn't need my support. They tried to support me, but it never worked out. Now I felt more ready for battle than ever, more motivated than ever. Maybe that was my purpose. Who knew? Help Juno with the cure. If I was going to die, then so be it. Juno, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay with you, and we'll get through this together. And if we fail, what then? Juno dropped even more, but her hands squeezed mine in response. Her warm, thin fingers gently squeezed mine. For a moment, my heart skipped a beat. Then we will think about what to do next, okay? We will solve problems as they occur. I smiled at her encouragingly. Juno was silent for a few moments, squeezing my hand, and then gave up. Fine, You're probably right. Pixie, let's go to the ship. We need to decide what to do with all of this. Yes, Juno. The jet shook, and soon we soared into the sky. Yeah. Juno's ship, hovering like Tilia in the sky, was much bigger than I thought. It was huge. I'd never seen anything like it before. Anyone ever watch the anime Outlaw Star? Gene Starwind? It's a good anime. Our planet could be seen from the huge windows. It was so small, defenseless in appearance. My heart sank at the mere thought that it would soon be destroyed. No, I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't. I have to confess something. I turned to Juno, who was sitting in the big captain's chair. What? You see, I came to your planet for a reason. For the last years, I've been chasing some kind of anomaly. It was like it was moving through space. I don't know how, but it was jumping from planet to planet. Every time I arrived at those planets, there was no one and nothing left to help. Even the virus was already dead. My sensors detected the anomaly was approaching our planet, but I was hoping that it would bypass you. However, as you can see, this didn't happen. Didn't you say that this disease may not be dangerous for humans? I was hoping for that. A virus can't be dangerous for all creatures, only for a small number of species. But there were no humans or large animals on previous planets, and I hoped that the virus was killing only plants and small animals, but it turns out that this isn't the case. Wait, but if the virus can't be dangerous for every species, then why? It can't kill everything unless it is artificially created. I froze, frowning, and barely digesting Juno's words. What do you mean? That someone created this virus, and perhaps created it specifically for your galaxy. But I don't know who or why. Yeah, it sounds like a pretty dick thing to do. And I don't know if I'm right. We need more samples, more materials. So this anomaly is now on my planet? Yes, but I don't know if this is a living creature that infects everything around, or a clot of energy. Maybe it's some kind of object, a fragment of a stone. Do you know where it is? Yes, but you can't go there like this. You need to first create some kind of protection, perhaps develop immunity, and for that we need more samples. I pressed my lips together, feeling an unspeakable weight on my shoulders. Everything suddenly became so complicated, serious, and dangerous that I didn't know how to react. It was as if a gloomy black night had suddenly fallen in the middle of a clear day, and I didn't know what to do with it, and Juno's confusion scared me even more. Then you need to collect samples. That's what we're going to do, okay? It was necessary to stay stern and not let panic get the better of the situation. This was what my parents and teachers taught me, to always control my condition and not to give in to anxiety, even if I really wanted to. Juno feigned a smile and nodded. She got up, came to me, and we stood in front of a huge window. You're right, Lunar. We will work together. I promise that I will try to do everything in my power to help you and your planet. I won't give up. I'll do everything I can. I give you my word. We were standing opposite each other. I felt my heart fill with warmth. From just looking at Juno, from her voice, from the faint smile depicted on her helmet. I have never experienced anything like this. Such engagement, such support. At some point it seemed to me that I had to hug her. That was what I did. I leaned forward and hugged Juno tightly to me. She froze, not immediately realizing what was happening, and then hugged me back, folding her hands around my neck. We stood like this for several long minutes. I didn't know how much time had passed. It was warm and good in her arms, and I thought about what it would be like to stay with her forever. Just as my parents had been with each other all my life, I wanted to be with Juno. The thought was sudden, bright as a shooting star, and I never wanted anything so much. My heart started beating faster, and I hugged Juno even tighter. I wish I could stand here with her forever, snuggled up to each other, and not think about anything, leaving all of my problems in the past. Thank you, Juno. I whispered these words in her ear. Juno pulled me closer to her, burying her face in my shoulder, and at that moment I realized that I was completely, hopelessly in love with her. We started working on a cure. Actually, Juno started it, and in the meantime I tried to help her in any way I could. We were collecting samples. Again, the music is phenomenal. Good job, whoever composed this. Very good music. Definitely reminds me of Brave Fence Musashi. Amazing video game, by the way. Best game ever made for the original PlayStation. Juno had given me a huge, strange suit that was a little too big for me, and didn't let me out of the jet. Without it. You know, I'm looking at these trees. Remember that joke I was saying about, like, what if you redid Dark Souls in the style of this game? I think the game's going the opposite direction. I think this game is like the aesthetics slowly changing into Dark Souls. Like, this is where the real Dark Souls began. This is where the real Demon Souls began. Yeah, this is the prequel to Demon Souls. This is how the fog and the blight that, you know, spreads over all of Boletaria. But yeah, that tree, the trees kind of look like they have faces on them. Yeah, like the one on the right's more angular eyes. Like, I don't know, can you guys, I don't know if you guys can see my mouse, but you know, eyes, mouth, and here's some eyes and a nose and a mouth. I don't know if you guys can see the arrow or not. But yeah, they're forming faces on the trees. But yeah, apparently this game is the prequel to Dark Souls or Demon Souls or Elden Ring or all of it. Collecting samples wasn't easy. Most of the animals infected with the virus became extremely aggressive before death. A couple of times we barely escaped from the enraged Fangers, who chased us all the way to the jet, until Juno pulled out a rifle and shot them. It seemed like the virus was simply driving its carriers crazy. Standing over the corpses of animals, I thought only about how to stop it all. On the ship, I spent more and more time hanging around Juno in the lab, trying to learn something at least. Juno would keep me updated on almost all of her actions, despite being tired. And even if I didn't understand everything, even if it wasn't easier for me than speaking an unfamiliar alien language backwards, I still tried to understand, until my brains creaked from the strain, just to get up to speed. The connection between Juno and I was getting stronger every day. I couldn't imagine an hour without her. We spent all of our free time together, chatting about all sorts of things, trying to distract ourselves from heavy thoughts. I told Juno what it was like for me in the village, how I was being prepared to become the chosen one, and in response, she shared stories about her adventures with Tashi. She talked about distant planets, about different worlds, beautiful and ugly, hospitable and aggressive. And the longer it lasted, the more deeply I fell in love with Juno. Sometimes it seemed that this feeling was so strong, so huge, that it would soon run out of space and be cramped within my chest. But I didn't know how to tell her about it, or how to choose the right words. One evening, we were sitting opposite each other after a long, hard day. Why do you want to help our planet so much? Juno was distracted from her thoughts. What do you mean? Well, I'm just curious. I mean, our planet is probably just one of many for you. Why do you want to help us so badly? Juno was silent for a few moments. She was looking out of one of the huge windows in which the boundless dark of space was visible. Don't know. I just want to help. And I want to help you. You are a great human, Lunar, and I am very glad that you have become my friend. I smiled gently and nodded. Thank you. And I'm really glad I found you too. That we met. My heart was beating very fast in my chest. I suddenly thought that now was the time to say it. It was about time, because there may not be a better moment. Who knew what awaited us next? If all our plans would work out, what if I got infected and died with everyone else? For the first time in my life, I was in love, and I wanted Juno to know about it. I never thought I'd meet someone like you, that is, I didn't even hope. To be honest, Juno looked at me with a puzzled expression on her face. What are you talking about? Well, I mean that, damn, it turns out it's not so easy to say it. I smiled sheepishly. Juno tilted her head to the side, like a bird. Say what? What do you mean, Lunar? I shifted in my chair, gathering my thoughts. I couldn't turn back. I'd already started. Well, I've never felt this way, but I'm pretty sure that, I'm in love with you. If you understand, if you have that in your culture. I hesitantly fell silent, not knowing what else to say. The thoughts in my head were confused. Each one was stupider than the next. I must have looked terribly awkward, red with embarrassment, with a nervous look that dashed around the room. I didn't even know if Juno understood me. Maybe there was no such thing on her planet. A reddish blush was reflected on Juno's helmet. Lunar, are you sure? Feeling my heart flutter, I nodded. Yes, absolutely. I think I fell in love with you almost immediately. I just realized later. I've never been in love with anyone. Damn, how difficult this is. I've never fallen in love with anyone, but I'm sure I'm in love with you. That's it. How can you be sure if you've never been in love? I shrugged my shoulders. I don't know. I just feel that way. That's all. I can't help myself. Juno paused. Thinking about something, she looked out the window again. I didn't expect her to immediately rush into my arms, but I wanted her to know. And as soon as I voiced it, my heart felt somewhat more at ease. I've always been so afraid to get attached, especially after Toshi, but now, I don't know why, but I feel it for you too, Lunar. I just want to be near you. I want to help you. I don't know why it happened, but she timidly fell silent, and I, feeling my heart flutter, whispered, Destiny, right? Juno laughed softly. Right. After that, everything happened by itself. I don't remember how close we got to each other, but Juno snuggled up to me and I to her. At that moment, every action we did, felt so right that I didn't focus on the specifics of it. It was just wonderful. We fell silent, sitting back into our chairs, both completely exhausted. Juno? Can I ask a question? Is it something personal again? She smiled at me affectionately and nodded. Just ask it already. About Toshi, well, I just thought... Were you with him too, well, together, like in love and all that? Juno looked at me for a few long seconds. There was no expression on her helmet, and at first I thought I had said something terribly offensive. Not that it was important for me to know. I didn't care who Juno had before me. Finally, after thoroughly considering my question, Juno shook her head. No, Lunar. Toshi and I were best friends. I have never thought of him that way. We were like a family. Always together, helped each other, supported. But what we have... Well, this is completely different. I feel different. Not like with him. This feeling is stronger, isn't stronger or weaker. It's just different. Okay, I get it. Thank you for answering. Don't mention it. Have you had anyone? I blushed and shook my head. No, in our village with this, well, it's kind of difficult. Why? Are there no girls in the village? There are, of course, but they all cared about what I was, the chosen one. They talked about it all the time. They weren't interested in me. Of course, I could use my status and get any girl, but I didn't want that. I've always wanted something real, you know? Juno shook her head. Not really. What do you mean by real? Well, I wanted real feelings. Wanted to fall in love, so we love each other in general. I wasn't interested in just getting close to a girl for the sake of getting laid, you know? Very, very understandable and relatable. I always dreamed that I would have the same as my parents. What's special about my parents? I smiled softly, remembering Dad and Mom. They indeed love each other. As soon as they met, they immediately realized that they were made for each other. Well, that's what they told me. And all my life they were together and supported each other and looked at each other with such a loving look. It seemed to me that I would never have such a thing. Definitely not with the girls from the village. I hoped, of course, that maybe in the future I would find someone from another village who would see me as me and not a savior. However, I didn't think that my beloved would be from another planet. I laughed, and Juno laughed along with me. Well, you did want someone special, so you got it. I was thinking something like, it's like, hey, this wouldn't be a inaccurate description of a kind of relationship I'd want. You know, minus the whole global pandemic and planet dying from Resident Evil virus. So aside from the global apocalypse, you know, it'd probably be better if we didn't have a fucking global apocalypse. Or like, oh, and now there's nukes everywhere. Or now there's Dark Souls bosses. Like, you just go to Walmart, and all of a sudden there's a giant fucking fog door next to Walmart. You go into Walmart, like, okay, I need some milk and some eggs and a Steam card. And you're like, wait a minute. Is that Gwendolyn? What do you mean the bed of chaos is taking over the electronics department? You like go to the pharmacy, it's like the grafted scion. It's like, you want your asthma medication? You must fight. I don't know. You guys get the joke. It was terrible, though. I'm just saying, imagine just fog walls and just like, oh, a Dark Souls boss. It's like, why do I hear boss music? I'm just here for bacon. Unable to restrain the tenderness in my chest, I took Juno's hand and pressed her palm to my lips. At that moment, Pixie came to life above the ceiling. Juno, the sample analysis is finished. You asked me to tell you. Oh, right, the analysis. Thanks, Pixie. Juno started getting dressed, and I started pulling on clothes as well. Wait, has Pixie seen us all this time? Juno laughed out loud when she heard the undisguised shame in my voice. We continued to work on the medicine. In the incessant race against time, the only place we found solace was in each other's arms. Next to each other, we could really relax, throw away all of our thoughts. I understood that soon we would have to cross another line in a rapidly developing relationship, but I was terribly worried because I had never been with a girl before, which was a bit shameful for me as a guy. Most of all, I was afraid to lose face in front of Juno. When the next day came to an end, Juno and I went to the sleeping compartment. There was a huge bed on which we now slept together. Yay, cuddles. Juno didn't get into the capsule anymore, deciding that the bed was big enough for the two of us. When she came, I was already sitting on the bed. Juno smiled and began to slowly remove the armor plates, gradually exposing her body. Please don't give me anything I have to edit, because it didn't say there was any nudity in the game, so... And... well, it's been a long video anyway. How about we just save the video right here? Because the Steam page said there wasn't any nudity, and let's click back on the store page. Does not say there's any nudity. And it's already been a 3-hour video. I'm actually nervous to push the button. I'm like, I don't want to have to blur out the screen. And we did it again. Okay. I was a little bit worried that I was like, man, on the one hand, I would have any personal complaints. I mean, I've certainly played quite a bit of hentai games, but I don't want to have to edit something, because then I'd have to make a giant blurred image over the screen. That being said, I also know there's an 18+ patch for this game, or DLC or something, which I will probably one day get. Our bodies were filled with drowsiness and fatigue. Juno lay there for a while, trying to catch her breath. So, what do you say? I felt my heart start beating faster after all. It was my first time. What if Juno imagined everything differently? I didn't want her to hear that she was disappointed, although judging by how it went, she quite liked everything. Well, I can say that everything went just fine for the first time. Juno turned her head to me. A smile appeared on her helmet. We definitely should repeat this. Really? Phew, well, great, I'm happy. And I will also be happy to do this again. Juno giggled and hugged me. Did you like it? I've never done it with someone else. I don't know how. Everything was great, really. I've never experienced anything like this. As if to confirm my words, I pressed myself even closer to Juno, completely squeezing her into me. She smiled, turned to me, and butted her forehead into my shoulder. Then we'll do it again tomorrow, okay? Okay. Work on the cure wasn't easy. Every day we became more and more convinced that we were dealing with a much more dangerous thing than just a simple virus. Juno spent more and more time in the laboratory, and we went down from the ship to Earth less and less. From the height of our jet, it was clearly visible how the virus was devouring the forests. They turned black, as if a flame had been passed over them, and we went down to take the samples. Even the birds couldn't be heard. The whole planet seemed to be dying right before our eyes. Sorry, Lunar, but it seems to me that everything is much more serious than we thought. I was lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling. Juno and I had been working in the lab all day. Well, she worked for the most part, and I just hung around and tried to lend a helping hand at every opportunity. Well, I think so. If I can't do anything, Juno, don't. You can. I sat up on the bed and took her hand. Juno looked at me with sadness on her face. I'm not that powerful, Lunar. I may not succeed. And then I want you to. Let's just not think about it, okay? Let's look at things more positively. We still have time, right? Juno shrugged and said doubtfully. Well, I hope so. Great. Then let's just get distracted for now, okay? Juno smiled. Having fun was a great way to keep yourself in at least some semblance of calm. We did it to distract ourselves, to pass the time, to get to know each other better, to calm down, and to find shelter in each other's arms. I leaned forward, so quickly that Juno didn't have time to notice how I was already there, as my warm, dry lips pressed against her lips. Juno wrapped her arms around my neck, pulling me even closer. Butterflies fluttered in my chest. An incredible excitement pulled at the bottom of my stomach, which intoxicated me, stupefied me. And now I'm just thinking about the Disturbed song Stupefy. You guys ever watch Lord Slug? I actually have the Dragon Ball Z movie Lord Slug on VHS. Back then, a lot of the DBZ movies had like rock bands for the music. And I'll say this, the drawing and animation quality of those old movies on VHS, absolutely incredible. Like, don't be wrong, it's nice that they animated Super and stuff like that. But honestly, like the old school like Dragon Ball Z stuff back during the times of VHS, that was really, really good animation. Heck, there's some old animes from the 80s where they actually like, drew every fucking grain of sand. I mean, granted, it's awesome that CGI exists because it allows more anime to be animated at much faster speed. And there's stuff that humans can't do. But at the same time, there are many humans, especially like Akira Toriyama, who, honestly, I feel Akira Toriyama and Toyotaro themselves, as well as many of the people that have worked with them, are better than any computer when it comes to drawing and animating. That being said, I'm sure there's many artists who AI is definitely very helpful, and CGI is very helpful in saving time or hitting certain, production schedules and deadlines. And you can definitely get a lot more work done than you could before. And even though it was much more difficult and time consuming and expensive to do animation completely by hand, I think people like Akira Toriyama, it was incredible what they could do in terms of not only story but also just the show. I liked the way the characters were drawn. I liked the way the fights were animated. I liked the way the environments were drawn. But yeah, I'm just imagining the song Stupefy when he went to False Super Saiyan, which the False Super Saiyan looked really fucking kick-ass when Goku was starting to beat the shit out of Slug. And of course that later scene where him and Piccolo were sort of semi-fused, beating the shit out of Slug. That was also cool. There wasn't a single thought left in my head. My body was filled with exhaustion. I rolled over onto my back with difficulty and looked at the ceiling. Juno was lying next to me, breathing just as hard, clearly unable to focus on anything in particular. We both enjoyed the complete emptiness in our heads. It was, wow, I never thought it was so cool. Back door thing? Yes, it's unusual. I like it too. Juno giggled and snuggled up against my side. I immediately hugged her, kissing her somewhere in the helmet. We lay in silence for a few minutes, and then I suddenly said, Thank you for doing all this for me. I mean, the cure and the stuff. You didn't have to. It's not even your planet. You can just fly home at any time or somewhere else. Thank you for being here with me. It's important to me. Juno raised her head and looked at my face. There isn't anything to be thankful for, Lunar. Thanks to you, I felt again how great it is to have someone around. When there is a living being who is attached to you, who loves you, I really missed it. I was so lonely until I met you. Like I said, this actually does sound like a very healthy, ideal, sort of fantasized relationship sort of thing. Aside from the whole apocalypse and Resident Evil virus destroying the planet and zombies. Heck, I remember enjoying a lot of Tenchi Muyo when I was like much younger, like 12 and 13, and fantasizing about like, Ryoko, Washu, Kione, Mihoshi. Heck, Miyoshi is very pretty. Heck, same can be said of Albedo, Overlord, or many other characters, though those animes didn't exist back then. What can I say? I like lovey-dovey stuff as well as... I don't know, the idea of being with a partner that is where you could describe a relationship as being both peaceful and doting. Doting meaning to be very fond of, loving, affectionate, and approving and accepting. She laid her head on the pillow next to me and pressed her forehead, covered with the helmet, against my shoulder. I felt a surge of the strongest tenderness and squeezed her so tightly that she almost squeaked. What about Pixie? My lips stretched into a smile. What about Pixie? Well, it was your friend. Pixie, of course, is my friend, but what? Pixie's voice suddenly rang out. I almost jumped up and immediately laughed out loud. He's eavesdropping. Excuse me, Lunar. I have to know what's going on in the ship. You don't have to eavesdrop on our conversations, Pixie. Juno laughed too. Okay. Now I have two dear creatures next to me. Satisfied? Pixie responded positively. The moment of truth awaits us tomorrow. Again, the music's fucking awesome. Juno turned to me as soon as I entered the bedroom after a long day of work. I had just come out of the shower stall, which I had kind of learned to cope with, and I wanted to get into bed with Juno as soon as possible. We barely touched each other all day. She had worked in the lab almost constantly. Already? Juno nodded. If this attempt fails, I don't know what else to do. The virus seems to be mutating. It spreads to the carriers and devours them in a matter of hours. That's why it's so difficult to get the cure out. We will succeed. If not now, then... If not now, then it will be too late. I'm sorry to say this, Lunar, but that's what I'm afraid of. That it will be too late. I sighed, saying nothing against it. I was thinking about going to my parents. If you don't mind, I want to see them, make sure they're all right. I think they have already realized that something terrible is happening. Juno squeezed my hand in hers as a sign of support. Of course, this is the right decision, but I'll give you a protective suit. You can't land without it right now. You could get infected, and then I don't want to think about what might happen then. I don't want to lose you. Juno looked at me with a sad look. You won't, I promise. Everything will be fine. Juno came up to me and hugged me. My hands went to her waist by themselves and slid to the curves of her hips. Juno shuddered under my hands and pressed closer, reducing the distance between us to a minimum. I could feel how hot Juno was under my hands, under my fingers that were squeezing her hips, feeling her pulse speeding. Lunar, I want you so much. I kissed her neck again. I want you too. Damn, Lunar, I definitely missed this while I was traveling in space. I smiled. Here's a reason for you to stay longer. Juno laughed and elbowed me in the side. Do you think I would linger for such a thing? Well, no. I turned my head to her, studying her helmet. And what would you stay here for then? My voice sounded hoarse and quiet, timidly, as if I was afraid to hear the answer. But I really was. I was really afraid to hear that she wouldn't stay here for me. Then when the virus story ended, if it ended, she'd just fly away, and I'd be left alone. Just the thought of it made me uneasy. I no longer knew how I would live without her. After all, Juno was the only one who understood me. She was the only one who didn't see me as the chosen one, but saw me just as a guy from a planet unfamiliar to her, who imposed himself on her as a friend, and then became someone more. At least I'd hoped I'd become something more for her. I convinced myself that it couldn't have been any other way. We spent so much time together. We enjoyed each other's company so much. We constantly talked about everything in the world, shared our experiences. We were forgotten in kisses and having fun, so bright, so pleasant, that all the bad thoughts were knocked out of our heads. All problems were forgotten for a moment and disappeared, like it was just the two of us and this planet again. No virus, no dangers hanging over our head. Juno studied my expression carefully. I didn't know what she had read there. Hope? Fear? Tenderness? She reached out and touched my cheek, stroked the skin with her thumb. I would stay for you, Lunar. Her words made my heart pound wildly against my ribs. I had never heard such a sincere, tender confession. I wanted to jump up and scream with happiness. Happiness in the middle of the end of the world. I found it with Juno. A wide, bright smile appeared on my lips, and I would fly into space for you. Juno laughed and snuggled up to me, still completely naked. Hope you don't have to, Lunar. I'll try not to have to. I found Juno in the lab the next morning. Today I knew would be the day of all days. Juno was visibly nervous. She got up before me, took a shower, and then immediately sat down in the laboratory. When I found her, she was standing at one of the devices, fully dressed, and watching the numbers on the display that only she understood. I walked over and stood behind her, putting my hand on her back, between her shoulder blades. Well, any progress? Juno sighed. She was extremely tense. I could feel her muscles tensing under my hand. Well, we'll know when this analysis is over. If everything worked out, then we'll have a cure. I'll give it to you right away, and then we will figure out how to give it to the whole planet. Juno nodded and gave me a weak smile. Correct. We need to do this at all costs, but this analysis will solve everything. Come on, there's no point standing here. Nothing depends on you anymore. I tried to lead Juno away, putting my arm under her shoulder, but she insisted on saying, No, I'll stay here. I don't want anything to go wrong with the computers. Besides, I can't think about anything else. I'd rather find out about the results as soon as possible and tell you. I sighed, realizing that I wouldn't be able to argue now. When necessary, she was incredibly stubborn. There was nothing I could do about it. Okay, stay here. Do you mind if I take a jet and visit my village? I'd been thinking about this for the last few months. For some reason, I felt that nothing good was waiting for me there, but I understood that I had to do it. It no longer mattered how my parents and the residents of the village would greet me. It didn't matter what they would say, whether they called me crazy. The most important thing was to save them, and to do everything in my power to do so. And if suddenly it didn't work out, I tried not to think about it. I didn't want to let dark thoughts take control over me, but I couldn't completely banish these thoughts from my head. After all, it was a possibility that we simply wouldn't be able to help anyone. Of course, I believed that Juno would invent the cure. But I understood by the time I would have to face heavy losses. Not everyone would survive this epidemic, and maybe my village wouldn't survive either. Therefore, my personal problems about being the chosen, the resentment of the villagers against me, and my resentments against them, seemed negligible now. And if it didn't work out, I just had to meet them to apologize and say that despite the escape, I still love them. Juno wasn't against my idea. When she heard my words, she just smiled and nodded. Of course, be sure to go to your parents. I think they've missed you. I will. Tell them hello from you. Turning around, I headed towards the exit. Lunar. Juno's voice sounded strained. I turned around. Don't tell anyone about me or the cure yet, would you? I don't know what will happen. There's no need to give them false hope in advance. Just visit them, and that's it, okay? Juno's right. No matter how hard it was to admit, I couldn't tell anyone about her. Definitely not now. Okay, but what if they physically restrain us and don't allow us to return? What if they're already infected with, the zombie virus, and they're all already dead, and then their corpses are, trying to kill me? At which point either I'm mauled to death by the corpses of my undead family and friends and neighbors, or I have to use a laser space rifle to shoot everyone. Or they just lock me in a cage and I can't go anywhere, and then, or they rip my hazmat suit or whatever. I don't know. After all, the future was still unclear. Would something come out of this analysis? Was there anything we could do? Okay, I get it. I'll be back soon. Probably not. We're probably going to die. I still don't know how to fly a jet. For me, it was real magic. It was easier to learn to move objects with the power of thought. But fortunately for me, Pixie, to whom I had managed to get used to, and even become attached to over the past few weeks, coped with this task perfectly. As soon as we flew up to the river on the bank on which I once met Juno, Pixie warned that it wasn't safe outside. Please, Lunar, put on the protective suit that Juno gave you. I'm afraid the virus infection rate in this area is very high. Okay, so everyone here is already dead. I would say in this situation, I would probably just say, understood, and just go back to the fucking spaceship in the sky. I mean, I'm just saying. At this point, the likelihood of death is way too high at this point. But, I don't know. It's a complicated decision. But I mean, heck, there's similar mentions like this with Odysseus in the Odyssey. Like, there's middle things. Like, at one point, there's a scene where Odysseus mentions to his son that to be angry is easy, but to be angry at the right person for the right reason, at the right time, at the right place, that is hard and difficult. Another thing, once happens initially when Odysseus finally managed to get home, he waits on the outskirts of one of the farm shepherding areas with one of his servants, because he knows that if he were to just instantly just allow his feelings to cloud his judgment and just rush home, that he'll just be, murdered in the street. That sometimes, while I am a big advocate that it's important for people to be, have self-reflection and to open up emotionally, though it's more important to open up emotionally in environments you feel comfortable with and with people you feel comfortable with. After all, there's many people that you shouldn't trust with your thoughts and feelings, and many people who won't care, and many that would even use them against you as weapons. And even then, even if the person is someone you can completely trust, well, opening up about your feelings and emotions can be a bit painful and difficult to do. And there should be some caution with it. Now, that being said, in general, when it comes to life out there in the real world, usually it's best to be stoic and reserved in your emotions, and to focus on logic over feelings. But it would be extremely foolish to not recognize and understand your own feelings and emotions. Because, like I said, it's very important to have a degree of stoicism, but in the same regard, stoicism sometimes kind of views emotions as weakness or fear, like sort of stuff as weakness. And again, there's different ways of expressing this. It's more important to simply try to understand yourself and understand what your motivations are, and to simply try to do what is logical, but what is also best for you, but also, again, to try to understand yourself. And at the end of the day, when it comes to a lot of people out there in the world, you really don't give a shit if most of the people you encounter out there in the world understand you or not. And you need to do what is prudent for both your own survival and your own well being. And many of the people out there, you really just don't want to know your thoughts or feelings, because at the end of the day, not only is it a bit painful and difficult to share thoughts and feelings, but many of that stuff is very personal and very, well, sensitive. Heck, especially if you were to talk to someone in person, especially about a lot of things, or, it's very sensitive, very special, very stuff you should really most only talk about with people that you trust or have a strong bond with. And like I said even earlier in this game, usually when you talk more about abstract things and personal things with people, you do tend to gain a better understanding of them. And it's definitely better to have that with either a friend or a romantic partner. Though there are lots of people that can't find romantic partners at all, let alone ones that can actually be trusted with personal thoughts and feelings. And heck, I'm pretty sure we've all been in experiences where we've been betrayed or let down by either the failures or the outright malevolence of others. But that's part of life. But the main thing is it's important just to understand yourself, have self reflection, as well as to be emotionally open about things, even if it's to yourself, whether it's pacing your living room talking to yourself, or going out on bike trails and talking to trees, or sitting and talking to a computer screen. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not really talking to a person, but, you know, and again, different things work for different people. A lot of what I say is based off of the things in life that I value and find important, if not indispensable for life. Things that I feel, and it's a mix of, there's things in life that I value greatly, and then there's also things I do in life as a way of, I don't want to say coping, a way of existing in a way that is comfortable and sustainable for me. And like I said, it's important to have certain feelings and emotions about things. I mean, everyone's different and everyone values different things. And of course, I tend to have very strong emotions, but I tend to not really express or talk about them with other people. I mean, in general, I tend to be very, very stoic, and I tend to not really talk to people about things in the real world. Now, granted, there was a few times where some bad things happened. Basically, some people died and some other things, and I was kind of sad. And I kind of talked my friends' ears off quite a bit, sometimes for a few hours at an end, just because, well, for most of my life I bottled up my emotions, and, well, eventually got to a point where I just couldn't cope with it anymore at all. And so I probably annoyed several of my friends a lot, and probably sounded like I was very whiny and complainy. But it was the only way I could get through how I was feeling. And even though I probably annoyed the hell out of them, I still appreciated that. And I still appreciate to this day that they listened to me, even though I kind of feel like probably all my friends have forgot that I exist and probably don't even remember me. They probably don't think about me at all. But I still appreciate that they listened to me. And I still remember all the times I hung out with them and we played video games and hung out together. And again, I mean no insult to them about saying I doubt that, they care about me. It's more so just an expression of my own isolation, sadness, paranoia, and I guess generally jaded nature against a lot of negative experiences and prolonged, like I said, isolation. I guess at the very least, at least my form of mental illness isn't dangerous. I'm just a tad depressed, low self esteem, and tend to be a bit of a lonely person who talks to himself. Heck, some people would have bad ways of reacting. I mean, I don't know. What's the best way to describe it? I guess the best way to put it is this. Like when I talked my friends' ears off back then, many people, I don't know, would probably turn to a more destructive, you know, reactive behavior. Whereas me, my reaction is to just want to talk to people or to just spend time by myself and just, you know, be peaceful and maybe sometimes just sleep a little bit more. I will say this, at least for the moment. Granted, I'm definitely have to work soon, but I'll say this. Definitely glad I'm not at that job I was at. It was working me to death, and I was fucking miserable at it. And I wasn't hardly sleeping at all ever. At least now I'm actually sleeping like a normal person. Granted, I can't help but say I wouldn't mind someone like a Juno to actually cuddle with in bed. Then again, I've had relationships, and like I said, in general, I'm grateful for every relationship I ever had, but every one of them did kind of end poorly. And, well, my marriage turned into a fucking hellscape. And I hope I never see or talk to that person ever again. How? I tend to be a lonely person, but I was never as lonely as when I was married. That was. It was fucking hell. It was absolutely horrible and it was hellish. And if. And it's funny, I actually tried to save that marriage and I failed, and I'm glad I failed. Because had that marriage continued, I would have died. So, just saying I'd rather be alone forever than be with someone like that ever again. Be with someone that hates you and resents you and constantly says and considers you to be garbage and even tries to kill you a few times. It doesn't show up very well in the recordings. It's like one time I showed my arm in front of the camera, but it didn't really show up that well. I guess everyone would probably complain it's because of lighting and stuff, since my lighting was just the hallway light and me holding a lamp. Just a normal fucking, lamp you'd have on a counter. I have a 3-inch scar on my right arm. I can see it clearly looking at it, but it doesn't really show up in the recording. I'm glad it doesn't. For the most part, I don't really want people to see it. It just feels, I don't know, embarrassing, sensitive, shameful that, I have a physical scar from a result of a relationship. Hell, if I ever do have a partner, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever in the future, I'll probably never tell them about it. Hell, I've had depression my whole life and I never told a single girlfriend or partner about that. Then again, doctors have been wanting me to take antidepressants for like over 2 decades. And I've been saying no all this time, but I'm considering. But I'm also concerned if I do start taking the medication, what if I can't afford to keep taking it? Because I know stuff like that, once you start taking it, you have to basically take it forever. Plus, I'm worried about being addicted to a chemical and, other health effects it could have. And like I said, what happens if, one day I just don't have access to it anymore? Like, I know that stuff's, you're supposed to, once you start taking it, you have to keep taking it. But yeah, as far as the relationship thing, if I ever do have anyone, I'll probably never tell them a damn thing about any of it. Besides, as long as I don't point it out, they'll probably never notice the scar on my arm. And if anything, they'll probably just assume it was just something I probably got somewhere else, I guess. That being said, when I first got it, if it had been any deeper, I would have required stitches. It was just barely not deep enough to not need stitches. I wore long sleeve shirts for 3 months, so no one could see it till it healed all the way. But yeah, like I said, I don't regret a single relationship, and I don't regret that I got married. Like I said, there were some happy memories, and I definitely am very, very happy and grateful for my son. But I'm also very happy that me and him survived his mother. And honestly, when I think of her, I can't think of anything other than just like a fucking creepy pasta monster, like something from an SCP. Like I said, there were some good memories, but the bad ones definitely overshadow that. Besides, coming home from work day after day to somebody that literally outright openly hates you and resents you and is verbally abusive and basically constantly says that they hate you and that you're garbage and they want you to die and actually tries to plot to murder you and tries to actually attack you several times and other stuff that's worse and on and on and on. Yeah, besides I got like 30 other things that throughout the course of my life that were, well, worse than that, but hey, there's, I guess that's is what it is. If anything, I feel I'm very good at being mentally, emotionally okay with stuff. I mean, like I said, the main thing is like, I think it's a good advocation point for me that to people that it's important to open up and talk about your feelings. Now, again, it doesn't work for everybody. I'm just saying my reasoning on things is based off of one, what I think's important to me, what things about life and feelings and emotions that I value, and what has worked the best for me to be okay. And like I said, I tend to be very stoic out there in the world with other people. Besides, majority of the people out there wouldn't fucking give a shit about how I think or feel about a damn thing, and many of them would probably be annoyed and want nothing to do with it. And even then, there's a lot of people I just wouldn't want to trust with that. I mean, I was talking to people about this. This is very personal, but it does help for me to talk about stuff. And main thing is I want to encourage other people out there to express yourselves. As long as you're not doing anything to harm yourself or anyone else, I think it's important for people to have creativity, to have free expression in terms of things. Like one very strong way I suggest that is, go to the gym, try to work out, try to play an instrument like a guitar, read some books, try to learn a foreign language, try to learn a skill like juggling or something. But, or do some reading, talk to people if you have them. But like one strong thing I'd advocate on is singing karaoke. Grantedly, I am not a good singer, and I've even described my voice as being epilepsy for your ears. I know I don't have a good singing voice and I'm not good at it, but I enjoy singing. And I find both listening to music, whether there's many times I actually have just laid in bed and just in the dark with, I usually almost always have the fan on, and just listen to some like nightcore music stuff and cry a bit, and or just lay there for a while and just listen to music and just zone out and like listen to Tool or Perfect Circle. And I think it helps me feel better emotionally. So I assume by that logic that if it helps me, that it would be helpful to other people. Same way, singing karaoke. I'm terrible at singing, but I enjoy doing it, and I think that it definitely helps me to sort of be at peace with how I feel emotionally, as well as to open up certain walls that I have. Because I tend to have a lot of very big emotional walls around a lot of things, to where, like, I won't cry in public in front of people, but I'll cry, you know, when I'm by myself. But sometimes it's difficult for me to even get in, like, let that emotion out. But of course, it's like you can't keep things bottled up forever, and you have to sometimes find a way to safely and comfortably express those emotions. And I would rather express those emotions than be like apathetic and feel nothing. Because at that point, you're just sort of dead inside, and it's not that you cured the pain that was hurting you, it's that you simply killed the part of you that could feel. And that's not a solution. And that'd be worse. And even then, it's not like you can just do something once in terms of listening to music or karaoke and be, oh, I'm perfectly better forever. No. Life is a constant journey. You're always, getting through day to day. And, you might have a bad day from time to time. Heck, you might have several bad days in a row. But the important thing is just to keep going. And like I said before, like if you're someone like me and you feel like you're a failure of a person, my advice to you is just keep going, keep trying, don't give up. Even if you never succeed at your goals, doesn't mean you should stop trying. Like even if you feel like you'd never be good at guitar, well, keep playing it. And at the end of the day, don't play it for trying to like reach some arbitrary goal of being good enough to be something or another. Just play it to have fun and enjoy yourself, and just enjoy, making small improvements. You know, don't worry too much about trying to meet the expectations and the approval of others. Just make it through every day and be kind to yourself and try to always better yourself in some way. And don't let it get you down if your rate of improvement isn't as good as you think it should be or as good as what other people think it should be. You're not trying to impress them. You're not trying to, you know, have some arbitrary goal. You're just trying to be yourself, trying to play some music or draw or just go for a walk on a bike trail. I mean, it doesn't accomplish anything, but it's still enjoyable and it's still a nice place. So, yeah, the main thing I would say is just be kind to yourself. And like I said, sitting and singing karaoke songs for a while, especially impromptu karaoke, like it's one thing to practice a song, but it'd be another thing to like, say, pull up on your phone, on your computer, or the computer, or the TV, YouTube, and just have it set to where you're just, you type in like a band you really like, and then that song name and type lyrics, and you'll have a video where you have the song going and it'll have the lyrics in front of you and just try to sing along with it. Don't worry if you don't know the words. Don't worry if you can't sing worth a shit. It doesn't matter if your singing sounds terrible, and it doesn't matter if you don't know half the words, and that even with the words on the screen that you're like missing the timing for things and you're like missing words occasionally, or the word will start singing before the lyrics are on it. Don't worry about it. And even then, you might redo a song once or twice. But here's the thing: usually, if you type in a music with lyrics, you'll have tons of suggestions under it, and you could not only get tons of music that's that related band or related genres, which usually will be songs and bands you're already familiar with, but there's also a very good chance that you'll get many songs and bands that you've never heard of before. At which point, you can actually not only listen to a cool new song you might enjoy, but you can actually try instantly singing karaoke with that brand new song that you've never heard of before and just try to sing with it as is. And it's another thing also, especially if there's songs that you already do know of that have a special emotional meaning to you. And granted, yes, all songs that are written usually will have at least one, if not more, meaning to the person who wrote them. But you yourself, when you listen to a song, there's a good chance that you may actually draw either a generalized meaning or actually a very personal meaning from the song that relates to you and your actual life, that makes you think about certain parts of your life that feels very personal to you, in which you might draw a very unique interpretation to the song and a unique meaning that's special to you that maybe the author of the song never thought of. But that doesn't make it any less valid. That person, I think the band Tool wound up saying that, while they do have a meaning to the song themselves when they write it, that they understand there's many people that will listen to their music that will get their own emotions and feelings from the song and their own meanings and their own thoughts, and they just want people to enjoy their music. And whatever meaning you get out of it, however it helps you, they don't care as long as you enjoy it. As long as you're getting a meaning out of the music, as long as it's special to you. It doesn't matter if it's special to you in the same way it's special to them. As long as it's good for you. Like I said, I think, the musicians of like the band Tool and A Perfect Circle, very empathetic, good people. Same way you could say people like the band Korn or System Down or Disturbed. Or lots of different bands, but it depends on what you're into. But I'm just saying, that's the thing I'd advocate for. That, heck, even if you're as bad at singing as I am, even if you can't sing worth a damn, even if you're very self-conscious, even if you don't even know the songs or the bands that well, don't worry about it. Just put the music on and just try to sing along with it. Don't worry about how you sound. Now, if you can, try to sound better, but that's not what the point is. The point is just to sing and to let yourself feel, because I've noticed that on the times that I would sing songs, especially if they have very personal meanings to me, that the longer I would spend talking about a certain subject or singing and listening to music, the more and more that my own personal walls will come down and my emotions will become more and more pronounced. There was a video I made about 2.5 years ago where I recorded for like 13 or 14 hours. No, there's like a short, like 17-minute clip out of it where I re-recorded a bit of it where I did a couple songs, where I was just wanting to show off this one song where I'd been practicing quite a bit. But most of that video is, well, it's not on YouTube because there are certain things I feel are a bit personal, and well, I became extremely emotional during the course of that video, and well, I spent like 3 to 4 hours straight just crying, laughing, and screaming to the point that I guess the human body can only handle so much stress. And I guess after 3 to 4 hours or so of crying and screaming and laughing at screaming loud volumes nonstop, your body eventually just freaks out and you start vomiting everywhere, and then your body shakes a bunch, and then you're just sort of laying on the ground for a bit, and then you get up and feel extremely exhausted and take like a 20-minute nap on your bed, and then get up and go back to singing. But yeah, apparently if you spend hours and hours crying and screaming, eventually you just start vomiting everywhere. Apparently that's a stress response or something. I don't know. Main point being is that if you spend enough time singing, or even just if you do have enough time thinking on a certain subject, it will allow you to drop certain emotional walls. But I would say that if you are to do this, you should do it in an environment that you feel safe in. And usually when it comes to singing karaoke and stuff, for this purpose, I would suggest that you should do it at home by yourself. Now, you could also record it for videos on YouTube to potentially encourage other people to sing karaoke in the interest of helping their mental health. But most importantly, you'd be doing it for your own sake. Same with me. I mainly do everything I do for very selfish reasons. I'm doing it just because I want to, because it makes me feel better, because I have a very obsessive and addictive personality. And I guess it's like, what things does Lunar feel compelled to do? I feel compelled to read books and to listen to music and to want to talk to people. Yeah. It's like, hi, I'm Lunar D8. I am really annoying. But yeah, let's get back to the game. I felt my heart stop in my chest. It shrank with horror for a moment. Was it really too late? Was it too late already? I obediently put on the suit, waiting with bated breath for the landing. The jet, to my surprise, flew almost all the way to the village and didn't drop me off at the river. They're all already dead. Oh my fucking god. Are we going to be attacked by the zombies of our family and friends? I don't know which would be more wrenching situation to be in. For them to be mindless zombies charging at us to kill us, or for them to be sickly from the virus, still in the sane mind, but hours from succumbing to it, but also looking at me, blaming me for this, like, oh, it was said that if you left, then a huge disaster would happen. And you left, and this is your fault. And obviously not, because even if I had not left, I would not have changed the fate of this village. But it would still feel horrible. When I stepped on the ground, I immediately saw that I was too late. My village, once a beautiful, wealthy place, lay in ruins. The grass underfoot was withered and blackened, and the trees stood bare, as if they had been devoured by flames. Here and there lay the corpses of animals, livestock, wild animal from the forest. But as soon as I set foot on the territory of the village, the picture only got worse. There, behind the fence, the corpses of people were waiting for me. Cold goosebumps ran down my back. My skin seemed to be covered with frost. I froze, looking at this terrible, tragic landscape in shock. Yeah, at this point, it's like those horror movies where like someone comes home to a house and there's blood splattered on the door, and the normally locked door is not only unlocked but open and, covered in blood. You don't go in to investigate. You fucking turn around and leave. It's kind of like if you're going through like a crowded city or something, and you see people going up to the street asking you to stop with, any reason, but especially if there's any sort of blood or something involved. You don't stop. You run that fucking stop sign. Otherwise, you are probably going to die. But still, this is still fucked. I froze, looking at this terrible, tragic landscape in shock. People were lying everywhere on the ground, among the destroyed houses, among the corpses of animals. Our neighbors were there. Stefan was there, who sewed me a suit for my birthday. Damien was there. My teachers, girls with whom I once went on dates, elders, healers. My throat felt like someone else's hand was squeezing it. It became so hard to breathe. I almost suffocated, as if something was stuck in my lungs. Everything lay burning in ruins. Almost all the houses were destroyed. I walked past the dead bodies, with dried black blood at the mouth. Their eyes were fixed high into the sky, bleached white, cloudy. Nausea stirred in my stomach. I barely restrained the urge, but pulled myself together in time and ran towards the house. I ran without taking apart the road. It was as if my legs were carrying me, although now it was almost impossible to distinguish the streets. Everything was equally destroyed. The smell of rotten flesh stuck in my nose. My heart was pounding furiously. Only one thought was beating in my head. If only I could make it. If only I could. If only. I didn't know who I was praying to. I didn't believe in any higher powers. But now my disbelief had receded, giving way to stupid, confused prayers. Please. Let Mom and Dad be okay. Let them wait for me. Let me see them again, at least once. I broke into our house. It was unusually quiet, cold and lonely. The door was torn off its hinges. All the decorations in the house were piled on the floor. It seemed like a tornado had passed through here. I'd never seen such a mess. My hands trembled. I only managed to push out, "Mom, Dad, it's me. Mom, Dad, are you here?" No one answered me, as if no one had been here for a long time. In life, they probably publicly executed your parents, thinking that it was their fault for this, which it wasn't, but still. Man, my throat. And I'd like to say, like, that's just the way it was in the past. Usually something bad happened, they killed whoever they thought was responsible. But honestly, let's be clear. Something like this happens in modern times, there's going to be so many people that are going to just either psychotically break or turn to just gangs and looting. And there will be people that will be fanatical about things. People that will kill anybody that they blame for their suffering in life. That this group and people become more tribal than ever. Or you'll have people be religious fanaticism and say that the bad things that occur is punishment from God, and their answer will be to kill all the non-believers or those that would be considered guilty of whatever sin they consider responsible for the divine judgment of the Creator. And don't be wrong, I believe in God, I believe in Jesus. But I believe those sorts of actions are absolutely reprehensible. Frost ran over my skin, chilling to the bone. Even through the suit, it was so cold in here. I went further in the house. When I got to my parents' room, I froze when I heard a strangled, wet cough. At the same moment, I burst into the room, literally knocking out the already flimsy door. Mom! My heart sank into my heels. I saw my mom lying on the bed. She was as pale as a sheet, as if all the blood had been drained out of her. Her lips were blue. She was breathing raggedly, wetly. A dried trail of black blood was already trailing from the corner of her mouth. Mom! Mom! I fell on my knees in front of her, trying to wake her, trying to somehow bring her to her senses. Her hand in mine was so cold that even though the protective suit, I could feel how icy it was. Lunar? Son, is that you? Yes, Mom, it's me. I'm back. Do you hear me? I'm here with you. What a joy. I'm so glad you're back. Where have you been, honey? Your dad and I have missed you terribly. Terribly. She broke off with a hoarse cough. I jumped up from my seat and looked for a bowl of water, but then I realized the water must be from the well, and Juno said that everything was infected, including the forest and animals and water. Returning to my mother's bed with nothing, I collapsed to my knees and squeezed her hand again. Mom, I'm so sorry. What happened here? Where is everyone? We were attacked by wild animals. They came running out of the forest as if distraught and began to destroy everything, attacking us. We tried to defend ourselves, but it didn't work. It didn't work out, honey. And Dad, where is he? Mom looked at me with wide eyes. Once, they were a completely different color, and her lips trembled. Dad passed away. After these animals suddenly appeared, almost everyone in the village was infected with that strange ailment. Dad was helping the survivors, so he immediately fell down. I couldn't do anything, Lunar, anything. A tear rolled down her temple. And I suddenly realized that I was also sobbing. Tears were streaming down my face. It became difficult to breathe in the suit. The helmet was fogging up. But Mom didn't seem to see it at all. No strange clothes on me. No flashing lights. She looked me straight in the eyes, and that only made my heart hurt more. Sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I left. It is unforgivable. You were all right. I shouldn't have left. The prophecy came true, and then... Damn it. It's all my fault. You all died because of me. I barely restrained myself from hitting the floor with my fist. Rage and guilt bubbled in me. They squeezed my heart so hard that I couldn't do anything about it. Couldn't bring myself to calm down. All my life I had been told that I should stay where I was born. I was told that I had a huge responsibility on my shoulders, and I was too selfish to accept it. And now the people most dear to me parents had died, and my native village, the place where I grew up, where I spent my whole life, lay in ruins. It was all my fault, and the realization of this suffocated me. Cut like a knife, I was scared, but at the same time I understood that nothing could be fixed. How to live on with this guilt? What are you saying, Lunar? I left. The prophecy said that if I left, our village would be destroyed. And here it is. It's all because I ran away like a coward. All because of me. I continued to sob, strangled. But when I looked up at my mother, afraid to see contempt, accusation, anger in her eyes, all this wasn't there. Expecting to see shadows in her eyes, but they weren't there. Mom smiled weakly, with blue lips, looking at me with a bleary look. Do you know when it all started, Lunar? When these animals came, and then the people got infected, and started dying, all Dad and I thought about, and thanked Mother of Heaven for, was that you were not here, that you probably escaped, and were now somewhere far away and safe. Mom, forgive us, darling. I'm sorry that we forced you to live the way you didn't want to. Dad and I we love you very much. Promise me you'll remember this forever. No matter what happens, promise me you won't be mad at us anymore. We realized we were wrong, honey. We were really sorry. Mom, what are you saying? Of course I forgive you. I'm not mad at you, Mom. Mom smiled. She squeezed my hand in hers. With the last of her strength, my fingers were shaking violently. Good. She whispered the word in a barely audible, hoarse voice. And at that moment her chest heaving with heavy, slow breathing stopped. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The smile froze on her lips. She stopped breathing. I jumped up and grabbed her by the shoulders. Mom, no. Mom, wake up. Mom. We'll find a cure. Wake up! Come on! But it was too late. There was no one to save. My throat was filled with sobs again. I couldn't even touch my mom. I couldn't kiss her on the forehead goodbye. Somehow managing myself, I took a blanket and covered her body. Sorry, Mom. I'm sorry it happened. Having said these words, I flew out of the house, and as soon as I was outside, I fell to my knees, right into the dirty ground, wet from the rain, and screamed with all my strength. I screamed until I tore out my throat. I beat the ground with my fists. The world around me was breaking into pieces, into small pieces. Only when I had no strength left, I went limp on the ground. I wanted to visit this place for the last time. For the last time, I remembered walking along these streets, training with Damien, helping my father in the garden. Everything was lost. I had nothing left. Nothing but Juno. And as soon as her name flashed in my head, I jumped up from the ground and ran towards the jet. Pixie greeted me and asked if everything was okay. Your condition is unstable, Lunar. It doesn't matter, take me to Juno. Yes, Lunar. The flight passed for me in a kind of trance. I could only see the face of my mother, who had died in my arms, and I blamed myself for her death, because I should have been there. I should have come back earlier. What did I do? I ran away like a coward, looking for my dream, while I had such a responsibility. But it was too late to lament about it. I was enveloped in such rage as I had never experienced before, and it was directed only at one creature, at the cursed anomaly. I was ready to lay down my life to take revenge, to destroy this something, whoever or whatever it was, whoever or whatever created it. Once I was finally on the ship, I flew into Juno's lab. We urgently need to kill this damn anomaly now. Juno was sitting at a chair. She looked extremely downcast. Her shoulders were slumped. Her gaze was fixed somewhere on the floor. I jumped up to her and shook her by her shoulders. Juno, we urgently need to destroy this filth. I was shaking all over, but Juno only responded in a lifeless voice. It is impossible. What? How is that impossible? What are you even talking about? One moment. I'm back. I just had to blow my nose. There's a lot of mucus that came out. Okay. Juno continued to look down, her hands on her hip. She looked tired and completely destroyed. What are you talking about, Juno? I couldn't create a cure. Juno looked up at me. These samples, it didn't work out. What we have isn't enough. I'll need more time. A month, 6 months, a year, I don't know. That's not possible right now. Sorry, Lunar. I'm sorry about what happened. I was rushing around the lab. What do you mean, impossible? You said we could do it. You said we were halfway to the goal, and now what are you saying? I'm sorry, but I couldn't have known that. The attempt failed. I don't know what else to do. I need more time. How much longer? My parents are dead. Everyone is dead. How much more time is needed? Juno looked up at me, startled. Lunar. Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry. I covered my face with my hands, trying to breathe and not let the tears come to my eyes. Tell me where the anomaly is. You said you knew. I'm going to go and destroy this shit, whatever it is. Juno shook her head emphatically. Are you crazy, Lunar? I understand your pain, believe me. I understand what it's like to lose dear ones. But you can't rush into the pool with your head like that. We don't know what kind of anomaly it is. You'll just die, and you don't even have immunity. Yes, but I don't care about this immunity. I'm going to destroy this thing. Just tell me where it is. I can't. Juno, didn't you hear? My parents are dead. My whole village, all destroyed. Some were torn apart by wild animals, others got infected and died. There is no one left, nothing, emptiness. I don't care how dangerous it would be. I just want to avenge them. I'm ready for anything, do you hear? Just tell me where to go. Juno was silent for several minutes. She stared at me in silence, her helmet expressionless, as if she had just blacked out for a few moments. But I knew she hadn't, and I was waiting for an answer. Somewhere deep in my soul, behind the tornado of rage and despair, I understood what a difficult, almost insurmountable step for Juno it was, what I pushed her to, sending me, the last survivor, to certain death, the one she was attached to, the one who literally forced her to get too attached, begged, stayed by her side, and now I asked to let me go. I knew what she was thinking. I knew that she understood that she was responsible for me, and I was condemning her to a terrible fate, to be the only survivor again. But the despair in my gaze was too obvious, too bright. I was like a dying animal. I couldn't stay. Juno, as if seeing from my look that it was useless to dissuade me, that this was the only chance to somehow avenge my parents, silently nodded. She just sat there for a few minutes, not moving, clutching the arms of the chair, and then in a lifeless voice she said, "Pixie, take Lunar where he asks, to the anomaly." "Yes, Juno. Lunar, proceed to the jet." I stood in front of her, not daring to take a single step. Gradually the rage began to ease. My hands clenched into fists, and I wanted to hug her. I wanted to promise that I would come back. But what was the point of making promises that I couldn't keep? After all, I understood that the chances of returning was negligible. But I wanted to take a chance, though I no longer understood what for. Everyone I cared about was dead, except Juno. Only she stayed by my side. Only she was with me. And I was going to leave her. I was going to leave. Is that what friends do? Is that what lovers do? But I didn't stay. Thank you, Juno. Thanks for everything. Juno didn't say anything, she just turned away, not wanting to watch me walk towards the jet. As the doors closed behind me, I felt like a double traitor, because now I was going to drag Juno again through what had happened to her when Tashi had died. But I didn't have any choice. If I couldn't save my family, couldn't change the course of things, I wanted to be able to at least avenge them. Even if I did die, even if it was the last thing I'd do in this life. When Pixie brought me to the indicated place before leaving, I asked, "Pixie, can you give Juno a message in case I don't come back?" I knew I didn't have much of a chance. All I had at my disposal was rage, and I didn't even know what I was going to fight against. Of course, Lunar. What should I tell her? I thought for a couple moments. There was a lot I wanted to say, but I didn't have time for it, and I didn't want Juno to be too hurt while she would listen to it. Tell her I love her, and that it wasn't her fault. "It will be done, Lunar." I smiled at Pixie, even though it couldn't see it. "Thank you, Pixie. You're a nice helper. Keep an eye on Juno. Of course, Lunar, but I still hope that you will come back." I didn't answer and stepped onto the black earth, dying from the disease. Now, we're using earth in terms of a word for soil, or are we talking about the actual earth I live on, just in the really distant future? Juno was right. I shouldn't have started all this. Maybe it would have been better if I had just stayed on the ship with her, tried to find the cure, thought out a plan, and then went to take revenge. But it didn't matter now. It was too late to replay. I couldn't turn back this time, though I would like to. I was lying on the withered dark grass, looking at the sky. It was incredibly beautiful. Only the sky seemed to be untouched by the disease. Clouds slowly floated over my head. Tilia, with condemnation and sorrow, watched me die. This was expected, of course, was I thinking. The cave in which the anomaly was hiding glowed bright red, and turned out to be overflowing with animals. They were already deeply ill and completely distraught. Therefore, I didn't have a chance to break through. I was just trampled. I could feel my whole body whining in pain. I must have had a good half of my bones broken. There was taste of blood in my mouth, and a broken nose made it difficult to breathe. But despite this, I still looked up at the sky, admiring the beauty of this world for the last time. Maybe the next life was waiting for me. Maybe there was the Mother of Heaven after all, and there in her village my parents were already waiting for me, waiting for all those who died because of me. The Mother of Heaven would probably be terribly displeased with me. After all, she gave me a task, and I failed it so shamefully. And what would the villagers say? Oh, they'd be furious. They'd have been telling me for so many years that I'd saved them, and where was I now? I didn't save anyone. I couldn't even avenge them. Probably, after all, it wasn't even me who should have been the chosen one, but Damien. He definitely wouldn't have left his people, not like I did. If fate really existed, if there was a Mother of Heaven in Lit, then they had decided that I was decommissioned material, and my destiny was to die like this. Here, all alone, under the weight of unspeakable guilt. What a strange thing fate was after all. Even when it was predetermined, it could throw up surprises, but it was all my fault, and I was ready to accept the punishment with honor. A measured squeak came to me, as if through a column of water. It was hard to breathe, my body tingled, my fingers didn't obey. I barely opened my eyes and looked at the ceiling. There was no sky above me anymore, only dark metal. I tried to call for help, opened my dry lips, but only a wheeze escaped from my mouth. Tears rolled down my temples. It took me a while to figure out what was going on. Where am I? Am I dead? When the control over my body began to slowly return, I got up from the place where I was lying. It turned out to be a bed, quite soft and comfortable. I had some wires attached to my arm, which stretched to a strange device that looked like a box. What the? I somehow swung to my feet, to the floor. I raised my hands, rubbed my eyes several times. Where was I? Was this all real? Juno? My voice was too hoarse to shout. I coughed and breathed greedily. Tears sprang out of my eyes again. Somehow I got up and went in search of Juno. It was her ship. I wouldn't have confused it with anything else. I found Juno at the control panel. She was sitting in the captain's chair, looking out the huge window at a small planet that now seemed even smaller. Or were we just moving on? Juno? Juno turned around. When she saw me, she jumped up, froze, not knowing what to do next. She didn't seem to know how to react, what to say. My throat tightened with a spasm. I coughed dryly again. Lunar. Juno finally flew up to me. When she was only a meter away from me, she rushed into my arms, squeezed me tightly, pressing her whole body against me. How glad I am, Lunar. What happened? How long did I sleep? Juno pulled away from me, her gaze sad and gloomy. For a long time. I swallowed. How long? Juno looked guilty for some reason. A month. Sorry, Lunar. What? I looked around as if there might be some clues. In my memory, the last moments are preserved only in fragments. I licked my dry lips, noticing a bottle of water. He immediately picked it up and took a great greedy sip. I didn't get to read the rest of that sentence, and I pushed a button. What happened? I remember dying, I think. I don't know if this is really true, or if it was a dream. I found you at the cave with the anomaly. You were badly hurt. I took you away. You were still breathing, but it then turned out that you were infected. I'm so sorry, Lenny. I've been working all month trying to do everything in my power. I haven't left your side, but I did it. There is a cure, but it only helped you. Forgive me. Forgive you. Are you kidding, Juno? You saved my life. Thank you. I'll be forever in your debt. Juno gave me a crooked smile, but her whole body still expressed an extreme degree of sadness and guilt. So I went over and took her hand. Really, Juno, it's not your fault. You saved me. Juno sobbed. I shouldn't have let you go. I shouldn't have let you go. How stupid I am. Why did I just tell you about this damn anomaly? I should have kept silent. I should have just lied. Because of me, you were on the verge of death. It's all my fault. I grabbed her by the shoulders and pulled her to me. That's not true, Juno. Believe me. It's not. I would have gone there anyway. I don't know how, but at that moment I felt such rage, such injustice, Then I didn't think about anything. You only helped me. Don't blame yourself, it's all my fault. Juno pulled away from me, her helmet expressing only sadness. What is your fault, Lunar? I chuckled and shrugged my shoulders. I have not fulfilled my destiny. I disobeyed my elders, I disobeyed my parents. I wanted to live for myself, but is it possible? Is it right to live for yourself when you are responsible for so many people? I should have realized this earlier, but I was too stupid, too selfish. I wanted everything to revolve around me. I wanted to put my own interests above others. And what did all that result in? Juno looked at me blankly. Do you really think that you are to blame for everything that happened? Of course. And who else? As soon as I left. But the virus didn't appear as soon as you left. And even if so, how could you stop the anomaly? Juno was looking at me with her head tilted to the side, as if she really couldn't figure out what I was talking about. I don't know. Maybe it just wouldn't have gotten to us if I'd stayed. It would have gotten to you anyway, Lunar. While I was synthesizing the cure, I learned something about the anomaly. As I suspected, it was created artificially, and it is programmed specifically for your planet. I suspect that each planet had its own anomaly. But back then, I thought it was all the same. Wait, what? Juno smiled sadly. You couldn't stop it, Lunar. Believe me, it was impossible. It would have happened anyway, but you would have died too if you had stayed in your village. So, to some extent, your selfishness, or whatever you call it, saved you. I bit my lip from the inside, feeling how fast my heart was beating, how everything in my chest was bubbling with disbelief and injustice. But why? Why did I escape? Why would someone need to send an anomaly to our planet? What does it all mean? Juno shrugged her shoulders. I don't know, but maybe you were saved for some more important purpose. I looked at Juno. My heart was beating fast in my chest, aching profusely, painfully contracting. What are we going to do now? Juno looked away. Don't know, sorry, but your planet, no one survived. The last time I was there, the whole area was infected. I'm sorry, Lunar. You're the only survivor. Isn't that how Mass Effect started? This news caused confusion and fear in my soul. I couldn't believe everything that had happened to me. That's a lot of buttons. Also, would you really have a window that big on a spaceship? How would you even have windows on a spaceship? How would that function? You'd have to also like blast like doors that could close over just in case it's damaged, right? I mean, that could be like an air leak. This news caused confusion and fear in my soul. I couldn't believe everything that had happened to me. But maybe Juno was right. Maybe I really survived for some higher purpose, much more important. Maybe my fate wasn't over yet. My destiny was just ahead. Or maybe it was all just a fairy tale, and there was no destiny, no mission. It was all just coincidence, which turned out to be so easy to believe. Now I could no longer know this. There was no one left who would challenge my words, who would tell me how to do the right thing. The flow of my thoughts was interrupted by a bright, colorful expression. Juno and I turned to the window, the planet that was my home, on which my parents' bodies were left, shattered into tiny pieces, drowning in the red light of the anomaly. I couldn't make a sound. All the words seemed to get stuck in my throat. Juno and I watched the whole world, through a small one, disintegrate into tiny fragments, dying. Despite how bravely it fought, my heart stopped for a moment. My whole life flashed before my eyes. Childhood, youth, parents' faces, villagers' smiles, the beauty of nature, its diversity and uniqueness. None of this existed anymore. I reached out and squeezed Juno's hands in mine. A single, salty tear rolled down my cheek. I was saying goodbye to my home, to my family, to my past life. to the elders, the neighbors, even to Damien, who, although he was never my friend, still didn't deserve such a fate. I promise, I will avenge your planet, Lunar. No matter what it costs me, I will do everything. But I will take revenge on those who did this to your house. Juno squeezed my hand tightly in response. I felt the warmth coming from the contact of our palms. Juno was all I had left, and I was glad that she was there, that she was on my side. She saved me, and I was eternally grateful to her. I was forever in her debt, and I was ready to give everything if only she would never regret her choice in life. Thank you, Juno. Will you take me with you? I was afraid to hear her answer. On the one hand, I had nowhere else to go, but on the other hand, I wanted to stay with her, not because I couldn't go anywhere else, but because my home no longer existed. But because that was my destiny, the one I chose for myself. To be with Juno, to spend as much time with her as I was allowed to, and to avenge my home, for my family, mom and dad, for my neighbors, for every bit of flora and fauna. Of course, Lunar. We watched the fragments of the planet fly through space as the ship sailed further into the darkness. A game by Dirty Fox Games. Art by Zad. Music by Auntie Luode. However you pronounce that, you did a great job on the music, man. Or woman. I don't know. It's good. It's good music. Good job. Special thanks to Ann Bear. Thank you for playing. Great game. I liked it.